Hey, we'll give everybody like 2 more minutes to jump on, and then we will get started. All right, all right. Let's get this party started on this fantastic Saturday morning. I will tell you guys, I just came from an event where I spent 2 days listening to some of the top people in this entire industry, and I learned so much, and I learned a lot of valuable information. Anybody here familiar with the 100-hour rule? Okay. 100-hour rule. Who's familiar with it? Show of hands. Man, everybody jump on camera. I want to see some smiling faces. I want to see the participants on this call. I want to see, people interacting, people learning, people growing, right? So who can tell me what the 100-hour rule is?
Isn't after 100 hours, you pretty much perfected that craft?
Yeah, that's pretty close, Brian. It's almost right on the head. So, Brian, that's pretty good. So the 100-hour rule, it's a theory that states you can master a topic or achieve greatness after about 100 hours of dedicated study. Okay, so elevation, what was it designed to do? It's designed to equip you guys and teach you what you need to master this business. Okay, so it's 6 sessions. Each session is about 5 hours. So if you were here from the very beginning and you're here through the very end, because we only have one more class after this, that's 30 hours already poured into this business to become one of the better agents. All right, so the 100-hour rule. Maria, can you pull up those slides? Okay, so Abraham Lincoln, right? He says, whatever you are, be a good one. If you're going to do something, do it right, okay? Become a student of the business. Learn as much as you can from the best of the best. And today, we have an all-star lineup for you guys. We have Juan Nunez. We have Toni Serrano. We have Andre Pennington. We have Dan Ebert today, who's going to pour into you guys and help you understand what their secrets to success are. All right? So Abraham Lincoln, whatever you are, be a good one, right? If you're here, become really, really, really good at this. Put in your 100 hours and learn to master what we do. Okay? So, this business is a little different because this is a volunteer army, right? Nobody here is an employee. Nobody here is forced to be here. So all of you guys that are on this training this morning, you guys are the champions. You are investing in yourself to gain knowledge to be successful. Okay, so make sure you guys are putting in the time, that you're learning, that you're growing. All right, so go ahead, Maria, next one. Okay, Gary Vaynerchuk. How many of you guys know who Gary Vaynerchuk is, right? He's a very, very, very successful entrepreneur. He says people lose because they want things fast when life is long. Okay, a lot of people get into this business and they want instant success, but they haven't grown into the person they need to be to achieve that success. You know, you're going to see something in a minute. All of the speakers we have today have one thing in common. Okay, none of them quit. They've been here, they've learned, they've developed, they've grown into who they need to be to have success. So don't be impatient. Okay, spend the time to get good at this business and the success will come. All right, Maria. Okay, so I'm going to leave you with this before I introduce you to our first speaker. All right, so I want to leave you guys with this challenge. Become a master of your profession. Okay, it's crazy. The more you learn, the better you get, the more people you can help. Okay, the more you learn, the better you get, the more people you can help. What do I mean by that? Well, I just spent the last 2 days learning, and I learned so many other ways we can use the tools and the resources we've been given to help more people. Okay, so make sure you guys are learning and developing, and the more you know about this business, the more you understand how we can help more people. So without any further delay, I'm going to introduce our very first speaker today, because what we're going to do is we're going to teach you guys how to become some of the best closers in the business. Okay, and remember this: closing is helping. Some of you may have like that stinking thinking, and you think like closing is a bad thing. No, closing is a good thing, because if you leave a family and you didn't help them get their finances in order, and they lose a loved one, right? You didn't help them implement a life insurance retirement plan, and they lose that a loved one, the breadwinner of the family, and that family faces financial devastation. Did you help them? No. Your stinking thinking on closing hurt that family, right? Now, when we talk about other ways to close, we can close on a new business partner. Okay. Do you realize that in every meeting, there's a sale being made? Every meeting, there's a sale being made. Either you're helping that family or that person, okay, and you're convincing them to implement what you have, or they're selling you on the fact that they don't need it, they don't want it, and it's not going to benefit them. So somebody is always closing, okay? So you're either closing or you're being closed on. So you guys need to become masters of this business and become closers. So our first speaker today is like one of the best in the business. This guy is smooth. You know, when I say put in 100 hours, this dude has probably put in thousands and thousands of hours to master his craft. He takes a great deal of pride in being very good at what he does. He chooses his words wisely. Okay. He chooses what he wears very wisely. And everything he does is intentional. So I want to help bring that intentionality to you guys today. Also, he's taken away any excuses people may have. Like right now, last night, we were testing everything out. We're like, hey, let's make sure everything goes smoothly for today. And he had no Wi-Fi. He's down in the Dominican Republic right now. Okay. So how many of you guys would say, hey, I'm on vacation right now, I'm doing this, I can't attend a training, I can't do this meeting, I can't do that. But guess what? He's down in the Dominican right now, and he's 100% committed to bringing value to everybody on this call right now. And this guy is one of the best closers in the business. So I asked him, can you help everybody else do what you do? So this dude is just killing it in this business. He's building a successful team. They're doing some huge things. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce you guys to one of our field vice chairmen, one of the top people in this company, Mr. Juan Nunez.
Great morning, great morning. Great to see everybody. Can you guys all hear me well?
We hear you, Juan.
All right, excellent. I don't have no suit on today. I got a little color, right? I am in Dominican Republic, but hey, I'm not here on vacation. This weekend has been I would say a dream come true. You know, one of the top 25 dreams that I have was to own 12 units in one location. And I didn't get to own 12 units. I ended up buying 12 acres of land. And which is, to me, you know, people say to Juan, how come you haven't bought anything? You know, I don't own my residence, but I had a vision that everything is aligned to what you want. Don't get caught up with what people have and you say, you know what, why don't I have this? Keep your vision clear with what God, your creator, gave you, right? So you have a vision, people have a vision, and if you're confused, now you have the vision. So today we're going to talk about how did I, not just me, but all of you can have success. I want you to write these. We're going to go through a couple of things today. Number one, write down this. Entrepreneur, CEO. Entrepreneur, CEO. Write those two words down. Entrepreneur versus CEO. We're also going to cover dream. We're going to cover the dream. We all have a dream, and everybody has a dream. So how does your dream and other people's dream are aligned to your dream? We're going to talk about mindset, recruiting mindset. What is the mindset of a recruiter, and what is the definition of a recruiter? What does that really mean? We're also going to talk about the interview. And we're going to talk about the 4-option platform and go for the no. So I'm going to cover that. I'm going to give you an understanding of what we're going to cover, right? Going for the no. So let's take it from the top. CEO versus entrepreneur. So my topic today is on building an agency, AKA recruiting, right? Building an agency. For those that don't understand the terminology of recruiting, and some people kind of get a little disenchanted because of the word recruiting, all of you have been recruited. Let's get that really clear. All of you have been recruited to this business, and all of you have been recruited to your past or prior or current employer. And if you're go to a certain church, you're recruited to that congregation. If you were serving in the military, well, then you were recruited into the armed force, right? Into the military. If you're part of a certain athlete, then you were recruited. So understand, we won't have no churches. We don't have no colleges if it's not for recruiting. Now, the beautiful part about our industry and our platform is that you have the option to recruit. Not that you have to, but it's enticing because it provides you with freedom. Now, a CEO and an entrepreneur. We all have a dream. You have a dream. I have a dream. We all have a dream. We have 141 people here, and we all have different dreams. Now, if you have a dream, then how will you go after it? If you are an entrepreneur, you're thinking, what do I must do? How do I make it happen? If you're CEO, you're thinking of how many people can I get to fulfill their dream within my dream? I hope you can pick up what I'm saying to you right now. I'm going to say this again. How many people can I get to fulfill their dream within my dream? So that means your dream has got to be that big that people can fit in and live out their dream while you succeed in your dream. So when you see somebody that is attractive as a prospect, are you looking at them as a client, or are you approaching them as a business partner? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? There's no right answer, there's no wrong answer, but I'm gonna call on you. Joanne, you're right in my face. When you see somebody, do you look at them as like, okay, I would love to have them in my business, or maybe I can provide them a financial instrument.
I'd like to have them in my business.
Is that the first thought that comes to your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. And how will you approach me if I am at a barbecue that we're celebrating just life? We have mutual friends in common. How will you start the conversation? And go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing spectacular.
Yeah. So how can we get to know each other a little bit better? I just thought that you look like the type of guy that I don't mind having a conversation with. As a matter of fact, I met somebody that looks similar to you yesterday. So how can we get to know each other a little bit better?
That's a great question. I mean, just ask me a question. What
I
do you want to
mean,
know? What would you want to know about me?
yeah, just give me a little bit of information about your background. What do you do?
I'm a dancer.
Oh, awesome. Where do you go? Where do you do your dancing?
I go to this local studio, and I've been doing it for the last 12 years, and it's amazing. I love it.
Wonderful. And how about your family? Are they supportive? Do you have kids? Are you married? How does that work?
In the beginning, my family didn't think that I can have a career by dancing, but I have proved them wrong, right? Because, I don't feel like I work. I'm just dancing my life away.
Awesome. Sounds interesting.
It is.
Yeah. So clearly, part of your free time is spent practicing dancing because that's what you enjoy doing. Am I correct?
No, not really. Part of my free, I actually teach and develop dancers, future dancers. I help people dance.
Awesome.
I help people
Awesome.
their creativeness and their expression in dancing.
Awesome. So when you have a little time, would you mind if we have a conversation via Zoom, set an appointment? Is that something you would be
All
interested
right,
in?
time out. Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay, so let's use what occurred. Now, thank you, Joanne, for giving it a shot. We didn't even role play. I didn't prepare you, and I appreciate you giving it what you got. Right. Now, what can we take that she did right? And what can we take that we can work on and make better? Anyone. Remember, this is a platform, a safe platform where we all grow. But we have to identify. Go ahead.
So I would say definitely at the ending when you express that you loved helping people, that could have definitely been used to kind of as a lead in to speak more about what we do, what else things do you like to help people with? Are you a philanthropist? And you teach. You like teaching because that's what we do all day long. We educate people. So I think it could have been used as a lead in to kind of draw you in a little bit more.
All right. I appreciate that. What else?
She did good by just simply walking up to him and starting a conversation.
Say that one more time.
She did good by just simply walking up to him at the barbecue and having a conversation with him.
Yes.
To get to know him.
Yes. Now, I believe we can enhance that approach. There's basically there's several ways to actually approach somebody. You can't say the wrong things to the right person. However, we can better the approach, right? What's the best way to approach somebody?
I would say, if I may.
Please.
Hello, everyone. I would say you're in a family or friends environment. You'll go be friendly first. Don't go, I want more information about you. I would say, yeah, how you doing? Who do you know here? We don't know each other. Maybe we have, a common family that we don't know about, common friend that we don't know about, and start there. Start with family.
I 100% agree with you, and I would hope that everybody can raise the level of awareness. Is use your environment, use the situation to make it easy, not difficult, right? Hey, so What brings you here? How do we, like, how do you know, like, if there's a birthday party, how do you know Michelle? How do you know Alexis? How do you, right? So find the common ground. And there's basically my wife is a spectacular prospector. And she always leads with two things, either a compliment, which is 99% of the way, or a compliment or a question. A compliment or a question. You could always find something to compliment somebody on, right? So a compliment or a question. Now, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward. Words you don't ever want to use is the word, hey, why don't we exchange number and sit down? The word sit down, for me personally, is so serious. Like when my wife says, hey, we need to talk, I want you to sit down, I'm like, man, I think I'm about to walk, I think I'm busy, right? Nobody wants to sit down. It sounds just like a too serious conversation. And before you set an appointment, there's 3 things that must happen. Usually 2 things happen. Two things happen, 3 things are supposed to happen. How do you recruit somebody? The prospect, the ability for you to close somebody happens through steps. It doesn't just happen. Here's the biggest problem. Joanne gives me her contact information. I take her contact information. She calls me tomorrow, and I'm like, why is she calling me for? Has anyone ever felt that before? Like, somebody calls you and you don't even know their number, or you're calling somebody, you thought you guys hit it off, and then now they send you to the number you has called have been temporarily disconnected. Meaning, like, there's nobody home. Why? Because you did only 2 things. Number 1, you said who you are, they told you who they are. You said what you do, they told you what they did. There's got to be 3 things. There's the who, there's the what, and there's the why. The why factor is missing. Why should you and I see each other again? The why factor is crucial. If you don't establish the why factor, you failed on the introduction. You failed on the fact that they don't know why you're calling. They don't know why you're even reaching out to them. The why must be clear. When I call somebody again, it's clear. We're going to talk business, right? We're going to talk about how we're going to be able to collaborate. I'm not going to try to recruit them. I'm not going to try to make them my client. I'm going to see how we can collaborate. The word collaboration is universal. It means, how do we win together? Don't ever give somebody a solution until you understand that there's a problem. Hey, let's sit down. Let me show you what I have. Why are you showing me what you have? You have no understanding of who I am or where I am. So it's got to be, yes, exactly, a win-win situation. So when I meet somebody, let's just say I meet Kim. Hey, Kim, great meeting you. I'm going to find out what she enjoys, what she appreciates, what she's trying to accomplish. I'm trying to figure out where she's going. And then I'm going to say, hey, you know what? I'd love to hear more about what you're working on. What's the best way for us to connect? And I would definitely love to share with you a little bit about what I'm doing and see if there's ways for collaboration. Okay, yeah. So they know I'm calling them for a level of collaboration. Now, it depends. If I see a mom and I'm with my kids and we at a park, I'm going to say, hey, we're going to talk about kids. Is college planning important to you? If we talk about, hey, how old is your son? What school do they go to? Or do they play any sports? You know, what's your thought about education, the educational system? Hey, what's your thoughts on the educational system? And they're going to talk to me about, hey, just curious, is college planning important to you? And if they say yes, I say, are you planning already on college planning for your kids? It seems like we're just having a conversation about kids. Hey, are you aware that you can pay 1 year of college and get 3 years free? How many of you understand that one? How many of you know that you can pay 1 year of college and get 3 years free? How many of you? Any of you raise your hands if you know that one? Nobody? The rule of 72. It's the rule of 72. Pay for 1 year of college, which means one lump sum, and get 3 years free, compound interest. Hello, right? This is how we get, okay. So if you're like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. How important is it for you to get that information? Very important, because it's very important to you. I'm going to make it important to me. Now, why don't we exchange contact information so I can make sure I get that information to you? I established the why. You see how I established the why? The why is I'm going to call them to get them that information because they said it was important to them. Now, let's move forward. So once I have somebody in my office, or if I'm meeting with them via Zoom, what am I trying to accomplish? I want to know if they're a visionary. I want to know how they think. I have a tougher time trying to bring people that are employees into my organization. It's easier for me to work with people that are entrepreneurs. It's just a better conversation for me. So a lot of you want to try to give people an opportunity that are looking for a job, and this is why you have a tough time. It's easier to work with entrepreneurs because they understand commissions. They understand that. Now, if they don't, but you know they have great work ethic, and that's part of the person you want to have in your team. Now, when I have somebody in my office, before I go into who we are, what we do, I am working on what and where is this person trying to get to. So for example, let's see, Wayne. Great day, Wayne. How are you this morning?
I'm wonderful. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing amazing. Great to be able to have you here in our morning class on Elevate. So Wayne, let's just do a little role play with me, right? So if I got Wayne in my office or we're jumping on a Zoom, I always prefer getting people to my office versus a Zoom, but most people now we're on a Zoom era. So if we're jumping on a Zoom, you know, one of the things that I do to break the ice is I play a little game, right? How many of you guys play games? You guys forgot how fun it was to play games when we were younger, right? Right? So we forgot how to play games. We love games, right? So especially if they're a couple, this works spectacular. This works amazing, right? I say, hey, Wayne, I'm not sure. Have you heard of this quote? Have you heard of this quote that have you heard of the quote of the dream? There's a dream quote. Have you ever heard of any quotes of dream?
I heard of a few.
Which is the first one that comes to your mind?
If you can think it, you can. If you dream it, it can come to reality. Is one that I that recently just read.
Say that one more time.
If you can dream it, it can become a reality.
If you can dream it, it can become a reality. I love that. Wayne, if you had, like, let's just say $73 million, meaning you have no issues, no financial worries, you can do anything you want to do. Where and how will your dream home look like?
My dream home, it would definitely have to be a minimum of 100 acres, because a part of that, it would include, you know, my family. It would also include a compound specifically for children that's underprivileged, that I can actually have camps every year to help develop their social skills, as well as employability, to help them get to where they need to be. So it's never been about that for me when it comes to that. I just want to help as many people as I can and just use the resources that I have, you know, to help them.
Wayne, that says so much about you, my friend. You know, what a selfless dream you have. 100 acres, and you definitely want to make sure that you incorporate the ability of giving back. But still take me back to, yeah, tell me a little bit about what's your favorite room in this home?
Oh, for me, the room has to be my man cave. All right, so I vision this, right, because I'm a Virginia Tech alumni. You know, go Hokies, right? So you know, it would be decked out, and all my memorabilia, my awards, you know, just a place to where I can go and just be this for a minute. You know, I'm not a, you know, a huge gamer, but you know, I will have things in there like a pool table, you know, a dartboard, you know, just a place where the fellas can just get in there and just, you know, disappear for a moment and just have a really good opportunity to watch some games and just have a good time.
I like it. And what about your dream car?
My dream car, you know, that's something that I don't, you know, really get into, but I love the Cadillac CTS-V. You know, black on black, you know, no chrome, all black, you know, tinted windows. almost like Knight Rider back in the day, right? So, just
Super
backing it up and
cool.
having actually matching cars for myself and my wife, right? So that's my dream car.
I love it. And tell me a little bit about your family.
My family, well, my parents, my mom and dad are ministers, so they've done their job, helped raise me and my 4 siblings. Both are retired, just spoiling the grandbabies and sending them home like grandparents should be doing, right? My brother, he owns his own business. He's a insurance adjuster. My sister works for USAA. She has a few years left. My younger sister, she works for the courthouse. So, I have a lot of nieces and nephews, and looking to put them in a situation to where they can start saving for college.
It sounds like you have a very close family. You know so much about them. Yeah, so that's pretty awesome. And tell me about traveling. If you can travel anywhere, not just go to visit, but that you can go and learn the culture. Is there any specific place?
Oh man, I've never been, but I would love to go to the Grand Canyon. It's like simple for me. I'm not overly complicated, but just to see the grandeur of the canyon itself is one thing to see it in, on TV, but it's another thing to have an experience to see it in person. The other thing is I would love to travel to South Africa, and just, the culture and just to, retrace my roots and actually see specifically where I come from, right? And then just having a moment there on the continent of Africa, in South Africa specifically.
I love it. Wayne, how much money do you believe you will really actually need to be able to live that dream life, to be able to have that 100-acre land where have that man cave, where you'll be able to have all your awards, all that beautiful level of experience that you can showcase, that you can be able to invite, your fellow members of your organization, of your school, being able to also have an impact and giving back to those kids, to be able to have that Cadillac black and black, to be able to, go to the Grand Canyon, go back to South Africa, learn more about, your roots of where you are, where you came from, where you're going, your abilities to do some, and also obviously have an impact on your family. How much money do you really believe you need to earn annually to live that dream life?
I would say anywhere from $1.5 to $2 million, to be honest with you.
1.5 million, okay.
Yeah, to
That sounds
really.
That sounds right. That sounds right about it. And with your current career that you currently have, would your current career currently be able to sponsor that dream that you currently have?
Not even if I were reincarnated.
So Wayne, I appreciate your transparency and your honesty. What's more important to you at this point in your life? Staying at your current career or being able to live your dream life?
Being able to live my dream life.
If I can show you a legitimate, valuable way to earn your dream life, and it wouldn't interfere with what you're currently doing, would that be something that you'd be open to?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, boom, time out. Wayne, how do you feel about this conversation? Even though you're role playing, but it's not role playing when you're talking about your life.
No, it's so easy. When I'm visualizing it, going through and seeing what that man cave looked like, giving it the description of the car, just tapping into my beliefs and my dreams, it just made it so much more easier for me to have that conversation with you.
Does anyone have any questions about what I just did? I know more about Wayne than his best friends, than a couple of his family members. It could be even, I know more about Wayne than his own spouse, because most spouses don't talk about their dreams. My wife and I were driving for an hour, and I said, babe, tell me your top 25 dreams. And she got stuck at 8. I said, you got 25 you got to give me. It took her an hour to give me 25 dreams. And I said, I want to go, I know I shared this with you before. I said, I want to go over my dream with you, right? And that was the conversation we had yesterday. So imagine doing this in a couple. Now, I do want to open it up because we're going to move forward But before we move forward, I want you to capture what I just did. I established a relationship with Wayne. I know about Wayne, what his desires are. Any questions? If not, we're moving forward. All right, no questions. All right, don't be shy. There's 156 people here, and you are entrepreneurs, CEOs, and don't have no questions.
Hey, Juan, I wanted to add, basically, we as people sometimes we feel that our dreams could be too big, so we suppress them, right? And we get caught up in the day-to-day mundaneness of just living in the now and not thinking about the future. I think what you did perfectly was when you bring that desire, that want to the forefront, it makes you want to do something about it. That was smooth, man. I loved it.
All right, thank you, appreciate that. All right, so we're gonna fast forward. One more person, go ahead.
Yeah, if I want to just add, if you can see it and you believe it, then you can achieve it.
Yes, agreed. And guess what? We forget about our dreams. My job is to help them remember their dream, right? I just helped him remember what he had inside because I ask questions, and questions do two things. They remind you of what you already know, and they stimulate thought. They stimulate thought and they remind you of what you already know. So now that I go do, now I'll say, so now, remember I shared, you know, if I can show you a legitimate, viable way to be able to live your dream life, the dream income, that'd be something that you'd be able to. Okay, let me share with you a little bit about why I do what I do, right? I'll share a two-minute story about where I was, where I am, where I'm going. And I'm gonna try to connect it to what I already heard, right? Hey, I understand exactly how you feel because I had a dream as well. And I realized that I couldn't have achieved that where I was before. And then I heard in it, and this is a true story. Remember, everybody has a story. Use your story. Your story is real, right? I use my story. I say, hey, listen, you know, at 25 years old, I got fired by one of the most wealthiest men of America. But he gave me one advice. And he says, Juan, if you want to eat good for the rest of your life, become a chef. If you want to dress sharp and always be in style, go into fashion. If you want to travel the world, go work for an airline. But if you want to opt for all, meaning have it all, go into the money business. Why? Because if you have money, you'll make money. If you sell shoes, you're going to have a lot of shoes. And if I'll continue to bartend, well, guess what? I'll be drinking, right? So he inspired me to go into the financial service industry. In the beginning, it was just about making money. I didn't have no idea that I cannot, it was not just about making money. It was about finding my meaning. And now, then I talk about where I am. And then I talk about where I'm going. So I don't want to go into all that, but that's the whole point, right? Everybody has their own story. So then I share who we are, what we do, right? We all have our presentation, who we are, what we do. Now, at the end, I say to Wayne, I say, Wayne, after you saw what you saw and heard what you heard, I want to be able to provide you with some options. Listen to the words. I want to be able to provide you with some options. How comfortable are you with options? And Wayne, you say, okay. Everybody's comfortable with options. Okay, so Wayne, option number one, I want to be able to establish with you a patient to doctor relationship, right? Patient to doctor relationship. This is where every single year on the anniversary, we're going to be able to go over your finances, like we just shared, do a financial checkup or financial analysis, whatever terminology you guys use, right? I like to use the word financial checkup because they can relate that. They go to the doctor and get a medical checkup. I call it a financial checkup. So Wayne, every single year on the anniversary, you're going to call us, you're going to call my office, and we're going to make sure that we are on track to make sure that you are on track financially, right? That's option number one, establishing a relationship, a patient to doctor relationship. Option number two is take advantage of our profit revenue sharing program. Take advantage of the profit revenue sharing program. Chances are, Wayne, when you become a client, I'm going to ask you, hey, how do you feel about the services? And you're going to refer me your cousin, your neighbor, your brother, all your friends, all the ones you went to college with. And guess what? We can actually, our platform is designed where we can share, you know, our profits with you as long as you're licensed, and we can talk about that. Option number three is where you say, you know what, Juan? I love the 50%. I love how much impact you've helped my community, but I want to be able to get licensed and I want to learn I want to learn financial principles. I want to learn financial concepts. I want to be able to, be able to take control of my finances, but also make an impact on other people's lives, the same way you help me and my family and friends, right? So then you're now able to come to our classes, you get financially equipped, right? It's called the Financial Professional Platform. And then option number 4 is our agency platform. This is where you realize, wait a minute, I'm an entrepreneur. I see how this works. I can make 100% of my own effort, or I can get 10 to 20% of 100 people's effort, right? I want to build an agency, and Wayne, that's exactly what I did. So based on where you are right now at this point in your life, where do you feel makes sense for us to get started?
Right now, what I would love to do is number 4, but what I have time for is number 3.
Done. There you go, Wayne, put it right there, right? I'm not going to try to convince him. Hey, don't remember, recruiting is not a convincing game. We don't convince people. We don't persuade people. We ask them questions, right? How do you guys feel about these 4 options? This is the time to ask. 4 options. It works all the time. I am not going to try to take him from, if he says 4, but he wants to do 3, I'm not going to try to convince him in anything. I'm going to say, okay, great. If he says, hey, so you want to get licensed, you want to learn how to, okay, great. Well, let me tell you a little bit about how that works. And then I talked to him about our licensing process. I personally do not work with anyone that's not licensed. I'm not saying to change your way you do business. I'm saying me personally, I do not bring people aboard. I don't take $100. I get them licensed first. The goal is to get them licensed within 7 to 10 days. Sense of urgency. Once they're licensed, then I bring them aboard into my agency, right? So now, once I get him, I'm in the process of getting him licensed, we do then set up an F&A to do a financial checkup, and then that's it. Game on. Now, when we meet again, so let's just stop for a second. I don't want to go too fast and you guys miss it. Let's stop on the 4 options. Go ahead, Dr. Lisa Lee.
Yes, I have a question, and I'm sure it's probably something I did not do because, but let me just ask my question. You have a person that says you're on the Zoom, they want to sign up, and then your next call is, well, I've got to go help my mother, or I've got to go do something. Oh, I'm still with you, but give me some time. How do you overcome that objection, or am I jumping the gun from the presentation?
No, basically, you probably convinced them to join our business, right? You probably told them that you want this more than them. They probably feel like you want this more than they want it, right? I don't have to convince Wayne. I don't have to convince Wayne. When you allow Wayne right now understands he saw his dream for the first time possible. I don't have to wake him up. A lot of you are trying to recruit people, but never sold them the dream. Okay. The dream is real. A lot of you are living a nightmare, and that's why it's hard for you to sell the dream. But understand that the dream is real. It's possible here, right? So I'm a dream seller, and then I work on helping him fulfill it. Now, how do I do that, Lisa? Right? Now, I let him know. So remember, don't ever give it away. You take it away. I forgot about this one, right? Don't give away the business. Take away the business. You know, and this is probably where, and I appreciate, Lisa, that you had to ask this question because it could have been overlooked, right? I'm going pretty fast, and sometimes I forget the steps. So Wayne, right? When Wayne says he wants to get licensed, say, Wayne, I want to make something really clear. I want to be able to establish our relationship of moving forward. How is it going to look? You know, I want to be able to help you understand what's going to be my responsibility and what your responsibilities are, right? I do have an agency that I'm working on. I have a big organization, and I apply the 80-20 principle in my business. And what the 80-20 principle goes something like this: 80% of the people, right? 20% of the people are going to do 80% of the work, right? 80% of the results are going to come from 20% of the people. We're going to figure out, who are you? Are you going to be the 80% or the 20%? Because I'm going to invest 80% of my time on 20% of the people. So I need to know, who are you? Where are you in your mindset? If you want to go, there's people that want to go slow, and there's nothing wrong with going slow. There's some people that want to go fast, and that I'm on the fast pace. And I'm not gonna go, I don't work on potential, I work on commitment, right? And what potential looks like is a lot of people have a great story, they can talk a good game. I've already seen that, I heard that. I work with commitment. In other words, we're gonna get you licensed within 7 to 10 days. If you get licensed within 7 to 10 days, that sounds like you're committed to your dream, right? That means if you're committed to the dream, I'm gonna make sure that you fulfill that. Now, I am not going to create a game plan for you until you fulfill your part. You fulfill your part, I will fulfill mine. I put 100%, you put 100%, I'm gonna meet you 100%. If you put 70%, I'm gonna pass you on to somebody else. Now, let's fast forward. I get Wayne to get licensed. Congratulations, Wayne. Right? Wayne now will come to my office. Can you guys see my screen?
It's still loading.
Loading.
Well, it's still dark. There we go.
There it goes.
Okay, so let's see here. See my screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know why is this there it is. So I take a picture of all my agents that I work with. This is too many, right? This is a little slow, but let's see here what's going on. Let me move this camera for a second. All right. So here I put who's the recruiter. I get if they're licensed, when did they get licensed? And then I go over their goals. I ask certain questions. 2024, how much they want to earn? What do they want to own? What would they like to achieve? You know, what would they want to drive? What would they like to develop? What they want to complete? How much they want to save? What would they like to start? How much they want to weigh? And I go through all these questions, right? And then I find out, I ask them, out of all the things that you have listed here today, which is the one that really would make a difference in your life, like would really make a major impact that you'll be the most proud of, right? And then once we find out what that is, right, then we create a game plan around that. And then I tie it down into income, right? So let's just say he says he wants to own 3 bedrooms, right? He wants to drive the Ram truck. He wants to develop, you know, a nonprofit for soldiers. Like what he wants to save $50,000. What he wants to weigh 220 pounds. How do I take his 200? As a matter of fact, I love the person that says they want to transform their body. So whatever that goal is for them, remember, this is about their dream being fulfilled within your business. It's not that you're going to fulfill your dream and they're going to help you with it. It's that they're going to fulfill theirs within your dream, within your platform. Okay, hold on. All right. So once I find out what's important to them, then we create a game plan to help them execute that with a sense of urgency. So if they think their plan, if their goal was to transform their body and then by the end of the year, we create a 90-day game plan. If their goal is to save $50,000 by December, I say, hey, what if we could do it in the next 90 days, right? So my goal is to challenge. That's the goal of a coach. The coach is to challenge the player, right? So you as financial professionals that are new in our business, and you say, man, I don't feel comfortable challenging my friend, challenging my new agent, and there's nothing wrong with that because that's typically not your responsibility. The responsibility of that is for someone who you're working with, who's training you and mentoring you. So But this is just giving you a track to understand we have to start growing ourselves first and be an example first and then leading the way. So a leader knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. That's what leader does, right? So I was sharing that with you because I want you to understand we got to gather people's dreams, create a game plan around it, and then execute that. Now, people, let's just go back to Wayne. I've established a relationship with Wayne. I know a lot about Wayne. I now, based on we had a conversation, now we're gonna go right back into this. Remember, hey Wayne, remember that day that we met, the first time we met, we talked about dreams, and let's create a game plan around that. Let's take the dream and make it a goal. All right. So we went from a dream to a goal. Now we're gonna put a timeline behind it. And once we put a timeline behind it, you tell me how many people have come across Wayne's life that's put a game plan around his dream. Chances are nobody. Chances are nobody. And the truth of the matter is, this is where the problem lies. We do it for free. We do it for free. And some people, because they didn't pay for it, they don't pay attention to it. So that's where the problem lies. The problem lies is that if Wade don't pay, he don't pay attention. So sometimes we take our leadership for granted because we didn't have to pay thousands of dollars. We do it for free, right? I provide mentorship. Like, hey, how many of you guys are paying for all this information that we're all sharing with you today? You get it for free. The question is, if you would have paid $5,000 for it, you would learn this. But because you got it for free, chances are you will forget it. Hey, I'm pretty much done. Any questions? Let's just open it up for questions, Q&As.
I do have a question. During those 4 options, when you were giving them the option right after the follow-up, I know the first one was the patient to doctor relationship. The second one was the take advantage of the revenue sharing program.
Yeah, profit revenue sharing.
Okay. And then 3 and 4, I just need a reminder of.
Yes. The third one is become a financial professional. This is where you're going to be coming into our trainings, like all of you today. On Saturdays, we have boot camp. We have 90-day classes. You'll be attending, our drill for skill. You'll be attending, our classes and getting financially equipped. Then the number 4 is building an agency.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. I did forget one more. Remember, this is exactly why I say, hey, let's go over. I'm going to share with you everything that we're going to cover today. How many of you know that I'm forgetting one? Which is the one that we're forgetting? Let's see who's taking notes.
Wait,
Mindset.
go for the no?
Go for the no. Go for the no. Here, I'm going to end with this. I'm going to end with go for the no. So I'm going to go back to Wayne. And let's just say I really like Wayne. This is only going to happen if I really like Wayne. I say this to you. You don't have a chance winning if your mentor, if the person that's coaching you doesn't like you. You're like, well, they like me. No. If you got to be a likable individual, because I'm going to work with those that I like the most. So if I don't like you, you don't have a fair chance. I don't work with someone I don't like. If I can't bring you home to my kids and to my family, chances are you're not going to work together. You're not going to work together, right? But now let's just say I really like Wayne, right? And Wayne is giving me a little rebuttal. He's probably going into like this negativity because of his family or we don't know. We don't know what people are going through. The people are going through what's called a silent storm. It has nothing to do with you as the recruiter, nothing to do with you as the financial professional. This has a lot to do with people's habits, people's environment. So I would say, hey, Wayne, you know what, Wayne? How many years have you been working?
Currently, this current job, like 10 years.
No. I'm talking about since the day one, since you said, I got a paycheck.
It's been 30 years.
30 years. Wayne, can I ask you a very personal question?
Yes, sir.
Wayne, if we open up your bank account right now, will you be proud of what you've been able to save in the last 30 years of you working?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Wayne, are you living in your dream home after 30 years?
No, I'm not.
How about at least driving your dream car?
I'm not.
Okay. Wayne, which hand do you write with, the left or the right?
The right.
Do you mind putting it out just like right in front of the camera? Can you squeeze your right hand? Do you feel like right now you have life exactly where you want and you have full control of your life?
Right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Wayne, imagine this. Imagine just 6 months from today, I provide you with the right coaching, the right mentorship, and a game plan. And in 6 months, I'm gonna say, Wayne, let's go open up your bank account. Have you been able to save in the last 6 months where you made up for the last 30 years? And the answer is yes. Wayne, are you on track to buy your dream home? The answer is yes. Wayne, are you on track to drive the dream car that you want? The answer is yes. Wayne, do you have life exactly what you wanted? The answer is yes. Wayne, if I can do that and provide you with the game plan so you can achieve that, will you stop me?
No, I would not.
All right. Well, let's get started. I went for the no. Wayne, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about those questions, Wayne?
Oh man, that was man, it was on point because what it did, it took the excuses away, and it also really reaffirmed that, you know, that I'm going to get the necessary coaching and support of my dream, right? Because most people they don't do that. You know, they just sell you something and just leave it to your own devices. But to have that mentorship and that support, it means everything, especially when it comes to leadership and transparency. So it was spot on.
All right. Okay, so we got 1 more minute. Any questions? All right, I guess not.
Yes. So just out of my own curiosity, you said you don't really deal with people who don't have some, if I'm paraphrasing, some form of network marketing. And thanks for this, man. I really appreciate this, man. This is such a blessing. But can you rephrase or tell me why you don't take people who don't get signed up? I mean, I like that method, but it still didn't connect to me. Why wouldn't you do that? And then why would you just focus on people that have some form of network marketing or something like I forgot how you said it, but you don't really you talk to them, but you don't focus on them. You'd rather talk with people who have some form of network marketing. Some people in network marketing still don't produce as much as they do. Please and thank you.
So I don't recall stating I don't work with people that don't have network marketing. I'm not sure exactly.
Sorry about that.
But
It was licensed.
It was licensing.
I don't work with people that are not licensed.
Okay, thank you for the correction. Thank you.
Yeah, like if you're not licensed, I'm not gonna work with you. I'm not creating a game plan for you. I'm not going through mentorship. I'm not trying to coach you. I'm not doing any of that stuff. You got to do first one. Part one is number one. You got to get licensed.
Okay.
If you can't get licensed, we ain't talking. We already spoke enough, in my mind, right? In my mind, I've already gave you an opportunity to understand you have an opportunity, right? Now your first step is get licensed. You're muted, by the way. You're muted if you're saying something.
I was saying I got it. Thank you. I get it now. I get it. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
Now let's make it really clear. I prefer working with entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship mentality. Maybe that's where you were heading towards, right? I prefer working with someone who has an entrepreneurship background. However, I like working with people that have worked hard. In other words, most of my clients are doctors. And I got 3 doctors licensed. I just got one yesterday that got licensed. Now, how do I get my doctor's license? They're not interested in doing a business, right? So you got to be very, very clear and very careful that you're going from an entrepreneur, you're becoming the financial professional, and you cannot put a hat on and now try to recruit them. Like that doesn't look really good. You understand? You understand? You gotta be mindful, as you gotta understand your position. And you gotta be really you gotta be classy about the move, right? So I got one of my clients who gave me 3 referrals. Out of the 3 referrals, 1 became a client. Out of the client, I made $35,000. So I took her out to eat. And I say, hey, I want to give you a gift today. And I gave her $1,000, right? I gave her $1,000. I said, hey, here's $1,000. Do something special for your kids. She's like, wait a minute, what is this for? I said, well, do you remember that person that you gave me, right? As a referral, you gave me 3 people. They actually became a client, and I'm looking at you and you probably would have made about $12,000, but you didn't make $12,000 because you never got licensed. I kind of dropped the seed before, but you didn't pursue. So I said, you know what? I know you have 2 kids, you're a single mom, and I just felt like I wanted to do something nice for you because you did something nice for me. She's like, hold up. You're saying I could have made $12,000? I said, yeah, but you said you're too busy getting licensed. I said, so guess what? She just got licensed yesterday. Now, how many of you would even invest $1,000? That's like playing, how many of you would gamble $1,000? It was not a gamble. It was showing my appreciation. I knew that I was going to get her. My goal was to recruit her because I did the takeaway. I know this is not for you. I know making an extra $12,000 is not really what you want, right? And now she's licensed. All right, Dave.
Thank you.
Hey, Juan, that was some awesome stuff. I love your teaching style, the role playing. People really, really love it. And it's a great learning experience. But I have a question for you. So you and I go back probably about 10, 11 years now. And the first time I ever met you was at a Wealth Bowl in Orlando, right? And I saw you then, and I see you now. And you are definitely not the same person now as you were back then. So there's a world of difference, your leadership style, your knowledge, all of the experience you have. So if you could go back 10, 11 years ago, that very first Wealth Bowl when I met you, what advice would you give yourself back then to help you now?
Man, the answer is so right in the top of my tongue, right? It's so vivid and clear. I would say, Juan, go work on you faster. Go screw it up faster. And what I've learned is this. I worked on transforming me. I've read books, I've taken mentorship, and I realized that a lot of them is not vivid. It's not clear. For example, I'm going to just use Wayne for an example. I spoke to Wayne today. Not all of you. I spoke to 150 of you. None of you guys are the same. None of you are all the same. You're not the same. However, when you look at yourself in the mirror, you see the same person. So by default, you end up doing the same things. So what I've discovered is the best form of major transformation quickly that will transform your mind is by transforming your body. I recommend, I would have done this first. Hey, Juan, go transform your body. Go get serious about transforming your body. Because when you transform your body, you end up transforming your mind. By default, you're not the same person.
That's some really, really, really good stuff. And one last question. You talked about some powerful stuff today. Why do you believe in building so much?
My goodness, I would not be able to be in Dominican Republic. I would not be able to have saved what we were able to save to be able to make and execute in this transaction if it wasn't for building an agency in the most lucrative, most prestigious industry of the world, We're not talking about building a team to go play, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying we are in the most prestigious business of the world, right? So I understand that there's nobody that's ever achieved greatness on their own. Yes, you can do good on your own, but if you want to achieve greatness, you need a team. And
I love it, Juan, man. You're selling me the dream today, man.
And I also believe it's a selfish act. I believe it's selfish for someone to have an opportunity that can make them millions of dollars, to have an opportunity to learn financial principles, financial concepts, and financial laws that would impact your life for the rest of your life and your generations and the next generations to come. I think it's selfish for someone to have all access to, you know, advisors, mentors, coaches, estate attorneys, CPAs. I think it's selfish for us. I say I'm including me just there because if we know that we have access and we don't share it with the world, like listen to this. This business, Lisbeth, can you mute yourself? This business is a reciprocity business. This business is a reciprocity business, and it's very clear and vivid. Here's to prove it to you. You were all given an opportunity to get licensed and get mentored and get trained. Here's how your income is going to grow. Reciprocity. You receive the blessing. How many more people can you bless with the same blessing you have? The reason why you're stuck, you're not sharing the blessing.
So Juan, what I say, like, you are like totally selling me the dream right now, because where are you?
I'm in the Dominican Republic.
You're in the Dominican Republic, and what are you doing there?
I came to buy 12 acres of land.
And what are you going to do with the 12 acres of land?
My goodness, I am building 45 villas, 2,500 square from 21 to 2,500 square feet. And I would have never thought that this was something that I could ever achieve. Ever. Not even in my, it was not even in my peripheral, not even in my dream. But once I got asked a question like, Wayne, someone asked me the question, Juan, what is your dream? And then I dared myself to write it down, because you see this, someone can actually dream, like Wayne, I feel connected. I hope you can really take this. If anybody learned something, I really hope you got something from this. This is, I don't know if you guys can all see this. You can't really see it, but it says dream, right? It says dream up there. Now, what you guys can see here, it says to all, let me just share my dream with you guys. Here's my dream. I wrote it down. I'm challenging you all as for homework. Dave, give everybody this homework. They need to hear it from you. Here is my top 25. Number 1, die by living on purpose. My purpose is to inspire, educate, and transform people's lives. Do you guys think I did that today? This is my purpose. I happen to choose to do it in the financial service industry. Run the #1 agency in the world. Turn wishes to goals. Summer camp. I'm creating an academy. It's a summer camp for young men. Travel the world with my family for a year to provide them exposure and culture. Keep finding ways to fall in love with my wife. Even though I came here for business, I drag my wife with me here. I say, you know what? Let's have a romance out of it. I've been married 18 years now. I'm 18 in November. Become an international activational speaker. People need to hear my voice. I'm talking about activation. When I speak, I want to activate something inside of you, right? Dream home in Miami and move my mom near me. I want to DJ at a day party. I have a DJ inside me. Not that I want to do it for the rest of my life. I just want to DJ at a day party, right? A cook brunch for a weekend at a famous restaurant. Perform playing the saxophone and guitar. Be part of a salsa class. Watch Andrea Bocelli sing in Italy. Continue to grow my class of Discover Your Why, helping people find their purpose. To have a best relationship with my kids in order to teach them everything I've learned in life. I understand that I have to have a relationship with them. To walk my daughter down the aisle to a man that loves and respects her. She's only 12 years old, but I'm saying, man, I'm putting it out there, right? To teach my son how to be a gentleman and self-sufficient. What I mean by self-sufficient, man, the man don't even know how to cut their own nails. Man don't even know how to shave. So I mean, I shave, I come on here. I mean, teach them everything that I know. To make $40,000 a week as passive income. To own 12 units of real estate property in one building. To be worth 50 million in my 50s. To have a click funnel that automates my recruiting. To compete at a bodybuilding and to write 12 bestsellers, 12 New York Times bestsellers. That's it. What is yours? What is yours?
That's awesome, Juan. So what's the homework assignment? What are they going to need to do?
Write out that top 25 and share it with people. And you know,
there you go, guys.
You got to put it out there.
Okay. One of the homework assignments, create your top 25.
And then here's what no one ever told me. Someone said create a top 25, but they didn't tell me which is the one you're going to go for first. That was the one I was like, I was told to do the top 25. And then I was supposed to have a mentorship call with the person that told me to do the top 25. They canceled on me. And I said to myself, what am I going to do with my top 25? And I started looking at it and I started staring at it and I started figuring out like, it's 25. Which one do I go for now? And then wisdom came over me. The one that can sponsor them all. Go for the one that will sponsor them all. And the number one was build the number one agency.
Hey, Juan, man, I love that. Build the number one agency. Because I want everybody to understand something, you know. They say the average millionaire has 7 streams of income. Have you guys heard that before? Right? But here's what I want you to understand. Most of them focused on one thing, okay, until they became successful. Then they add the other streams of income. So write this in your notes. Focus. Focus. Right? So focus on one course of action. Become a master of this business. Get really good at it like Juan has, and allow this business to help you develop multiple streams of income. If it weren't for this business, Juan would not be in the Dominican right now, buying 12 acres of property to build all of those units to create passive income. Okay? Master this business, build it huge so that you can do all these other things. Become an expert in this business. Let's master it. Juan, that was powerful. That was awesome. I appreciate your time. I know you're down there busy in the Dominican. So it means a lot that you did everything you could to be on this call today, sharing all that information with everybody.
Thank you for having me, David.
So we appreciate it. How about a big round of applause for Juan, man?
Hey, if you guys are more than welcome to go and follow me and give me a review. I'm gonna post my review. I'm trying to build my reviews.
All right. Thanks, Juan. So
10 out of 5 every time.
Oh
Thanks,
yeah,
Juan.
Juan knocks it out of the park every time he gets on. So now I get the great pleasure of introducing our next speaker, our next trainer. With this whole journey into Vantage and being in Vantage and everything we're doing, I have become very close with Jason Beauvais, right? Jason and I talk constantly. And I'm always asking Jason, I said, who are your best people on your team? Like, who's your go-to? Who do you rely on? Who's the one person that always comes through for you? And he said, without a doubt, this next speaker is the one that really helped him grow in this business. So if you guys know Jason and his personality, Jason is a doer. He's action oriented. He moves like 150 miles an hour. He's always doing stuff. But when you have somebody that's 100% action oriented, sometimes there's collateral damage. They move so fast that things, just kind of get messy. So when we're like that, we need that one person that pulls everybody back in, right? That keeps everybody organized, keeps them together, and really cleans up our mess. And for him, that person is Toni Serrano. And the cool thing was, we did a trip recently to New York, where we got to go up to New York and we got to ring the bell at the New York Stock Exchange, and we got treated like rock stars and VIPs and had this amazing experience. And I got to hang out with Toni a little bit, and I got to get to know her. And I absolutely see what Jason sees in her and what a valuable person it is to have as a part of the Vantage team. And so today we're doing a closers college. So Juan just got to talk about closing on building a team and finding business partners. But what do you do once you find business partners? You have to help them be successful. You have to help them help other families. And one of the things we have to learn to close on is closing on business, right? So again, I'm going to challenge all you guys. Become a student of the business. Get really good at what we offer and how we help families. Because the more you believe in it, the more you understand it, okay, the more passionate you are about helping people. And sometimes passion is even more important than knowledge, right? The more passionate you are, the more people want to, just do whatever you say. So I 100% believe in the solutions that we offer families. And Toni she's like absolutely one of the best at a lot of different things, but she's really good at helping families implement the IUL. So without further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Toni, and Toni is going to teach you closing skills on the IUL. So Toni, the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. And I did really appreciate getting to know you on our trip to New York. I know we came from the other company, but I really didn't know you at all from there. We never had that time to get to have conversations. So that was a really good trip, and I appreciate the conversations we had there. And thank you for having me do this today. Man, I hope you guys took away so much from Juan. Listen, I've heard that from him multiple times, but it did not stop me from still having my notebook out, still taking notes again. This is how we grow in our business. You always catch something new, even though you hear the same thing over and over again from sometimes different people, but you always catch something different. So I hope you all had a notebook out and you were taking notes, even if you heard it before, because I know I got 4 pages again from that. And Juan is amazing. So today we are going to go over how to close the IUL. I know that you guys already know what an IUL is. You had that in a previous class. So what I want to do today really is I'm just going to walk you through what I do with my clients. I have one of my agents, Jen Reyes. Are you on here? You can unmute yourself if you can hear me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So Jen is amazing, right? She came into this business not too long ago, following the steps, did her F&A, got her own savings plan up. So I'm going to walk through this just like I would any other client. All right. And then at the end of it, we'll take some questions, and then I'll pass it back to you, David. Can I share my screen? Do I have the ability to do so? Okay.
Yeah, you can.
All right. All right. Hey, Jen.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. How's it going?
Good. Good. Just busy day. We've got concrete getting poured today, so it's really loud around here. Just hiding out in the office.
I know. I remember you saying that. How's the kids? I know you had some wrestling matches the previous week. How'd that go?
They're doing good. They're done. Marcus to 5th in his district tournament, and so he's done for the school year and off to summer wrestling in a couple weeks.
Awesome. Awesome. That must be exciting.
Fun.
Awesome. All right. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do want to kind of recap what we went over our last sit down from the F&A, right? So I'm going to share my screen. Do you have any questions first moving forward from anything that we went over with the educational part on those accounts? Anything that maybe you thought of from the last time we sat down that I didn't answer from our first sit down?
No, not off the top of my head right now.
Okay, so if anything comes to you as we're going through this, just stop me and then we'll get that answered right away, okay?
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna share my screen and I first want to just give you a basic understanding of what we're gonna go over today. All right, so let me find you because I need to look at your face while I'm talking to you. Where are you at? Where are you at? There you are. Okay. So what I'm going to show you today is a permanent life insurance policy, okay? Just to give you a little reference on what kind of insurance is out there. I know we talked a little bit about it before, but there's a term policy, which is temporary, right? You have a certain amount of years that you can utilize that. Once those years are over, unless you get it. Sorry, my computer's going crazy. Unless you requalify for it, right? Your insurance is over at that point. So think about it like renting, right? You rent your house or an apartment for a certain amount of time. Once that lease is up, you either sign a new lease or you have to move. So that's what term insurance is. What we're going to talk about today is the index. So index is a permanent policy. If you remember on the presentation when we had the fixed, variable, and index, your money inside that policy is going to grow very similar to that index. Remember the staircase that you loved? You hated the loss with that variable account. So this is how the money is going to grow inside this policy. It's a permanent policy that's going to take you from day one to, God forbid, when that time happens, right? As long as you keep paying your premiums, and we'll talk about that. It has that uncapped potential, and then you'll have that floor of 0 of never having to lose. That was your biggest issue with those variable accounts, right?
Yeah, I don't like losing money I work hard for.
Okay. This also is going to be another way. I know you are not fond of your 401k. We already went over that. And that's not something that you really want to take too much advantage of with work. You have it, you want to utilize it, maybe whatever they're matching, you keep doing that. But the overage that you were putting in it, wanting to look for something else where there was no loss. So this is where that can fill that void as well.
Okay.
All right. So you get that part, the difference between the type of insurance you're going to have. I want you to understand because it's really important for me. I sit down with a lot of people and they have insurance policies, but they don't understand how they work. And I don't mean understand it, you know, page 1 to page 30, but at least know if it's a term or permanent policy, know how that works, and know if it's going to take you from just 20, 30 years, or if it's going to take you for the rest of your life. Okay.
Okay. Got it.
Now, the Index Universal Life is going to do 3 things. It's going to allow you to build a savings inside that policy. That's what we talked about, like using it as a supplement retirement, right? So you'll have a minimum guarantee of the 0 floor. Some of them have a little bit more than that, and we'll talk about that. You'll have the upside potential of being able to gain just like you would in the market. Because it's life insurance is a tax-free asset. So as long as we utilize it properly and build properly, which we'll go over, you'll be able to have tax-free access to the cash that grows inside that policy once it's available. Also, we talked maybe about getting something for your kids. So if that comes up, just know that the money inside this policy will not be counted for any FAFSA, and that'll be something we'll discuss later. And remember how you were not fond of that 59.5 rule either, because you maybe want to utilize some of that money. So this does not fall in that category. You do not have to worry about a 59.5 year rule with this policy. You can utilize that money at any point that the cash is available inside there, okay?
Okay.
Now, most importantly, this is an insurance product, and I want you to understand that, right? With that insurance product, there's things that you can add to it. Some of them have long-term care, living benefits. The one we're going to go over today has living benefits, which we talked about as well. Chronic terminal illness. You don't have to wait until you pass away to utilize that death benefit. You'll be able to utilize that money before you pass away to help you with medical or anything else that you may need at that time when that occurs. Because we know we're all going to die at some point, but before we die, most likely we're going to get some type of chronic, critical, or terminal illness. And a lot of us do not have any plan in place when that happens. Our income decreases, our debt increases, and we don't have anything in place. And we start our assets and all these other things we have to start dipping into because we don't have a plan in place. So this will help you in that area, okay?
Thank you. I love that.
And then different opportunities of how you can utilize that money inside that policy. For you, we know you want it as a supplement retirement and possibly to do other things in the near future, but it's going to be different for everyone. We're just going to talk about for you now, okay? Any questions on this part so far?
No, I love all of this so far.
Okay, perfect. All right. So now I'm just going to show you the illustration. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you an F&G product. It's like very secure. It logged me off. I wasn't on long enough, so it logged me off. So I got logged back on. You sure you don't have any other questions up until this point? Okay.
Yeah, no, right now I'm good.
Okay.
Think I've got a couple, but I'll ask you those as we go through the illustration.
All right. So I just want to recap really quick while I'm doing this. We did your F&A, and I know that you have some extra money that you had put aside because usually you have to pay a lot in taxes, right?
Yeah.
I connected you with Shane, Top Notch CPA. We took care of that, right? I know you're happy because you
So
do not
stoked.
have to pay all that.
Got me
So,
out of my taxes.
so you want to utilize some of that money that you had in savings to fund this IUL, correct?
Correct.
And I think the number we talked about was about $14,000 a year. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
that's where we wanted to start. And then set some up for the kids to put some additional away.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay. All right, I'm going to share my screen again. All right, so what I did was I ran an illustration and I built it so that you can fit $14,000 a year into that, okay? And I'm going to explain to you what that means. So remember, it's a permanent policy. Your face amount for this particular one is going to be $325,000, all right? And first, I just want to talk to you about the policy itself, and then we'll go into how we can really utilize it to the max potential. Can't find you on my screen again, Jen. Start talking.
Sorry, I keep disappearing.
It's not you, it's
Did it come back up?
There you go. Okay. So for this to work just as a life insurance policy, right? You have your $325,000 death benefit and you get chronic critical terminal illness. This is what you would have to pay on a monthly payment to keep that policy going. Now, you will accumulate cash slowly if you pay this amount per month. But that's not how we're going to utilize this policy. But I want you to I just want to show you how the basics of how it works, and then we'll go into how funding it makes the difference with the cash accumulation, okay? For you to do this policy, $325,000. For you to keep it going, have your death benefit, your chronic critical terminal illness, and a baby savings account would be about $319 a month, all right? This is going to allow you to put about $17,221 annually into this. Now, I know you said about $14,000, but I wanted to give you a little bit room. You know, I know you get bonuses, you're on commission, so sometimes you can do more or less. So just wanted to give you that little bit of buffer. And then we also have the kids that we can utilize as well. All right. So let's say you decided you just want to start off with that $319 and you're not going to pay anything else. Right here, that's $3,835 annually. So as you can see, the first 2 years is showing you a zero surrender value. This is what we're going to look, that's going to tell us what your cash is growing inside the policy, okay?
Okay.
You're putting the money in minus your cost of insurance. Even though the insurance company is not allowing you to pull the money out right away, you're still accumulating account value with inside that policy. Now, the reason the insurance company does that is because, God forbid, something happens to you. You make one payment of $319, and they're on the hook to pay you a $327,000 death benefit. So they hold a little bit back up front. And then as those years go by, the more you're paying, they start allowing you to pull some money out of that policy, okay? Now, remember, this is just you minimally funding it, the 319, keeping the policy going, all right? So let's just say you never put more than that in. Let's go to age 65, all right? You've paid about, getting my calculator out. I don't want to mess with the screen. So let's do 3,835 times 25 years. Now you have put into that money. That's about $95,000 you have put into this policy.
Mm-hmm.
At about a 6% return annually. Okay, now these have averaged more than that, but we're going to be very conservative and just show you about a 6% return. You would have about $139,000 in this policy at age 65, tax-free, that you can use for whatever you want. If you do not use that money, as you can see, your death benefit, we started at 325, but that cash is growing on top of your death benefit. God forbid something happens to you at age 65, your family now gets $464,000 tax-free death benefit passed down to them. You get that part so far?
Yep.
Okay, any questions on that?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm positive.
Okay. Now let's talk about putting that $14,000 annually into that, okay?
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Okay. Now you remember that number 139, right?
Yeah.
All right. If you funded this $14,000 annually, that would be about let's just say $1150 monthly. Okay. Now I want to show you, I didn't change the policy. Okay, it's still a $325,000 policy. Okay.
Okay.
The target premium, which means what you would have to pay annually to keep it going, is still $3,835. That didn't change.
Okay.
We're just changing about how much you're putting into it. So I did a little lower, so about 13,800. That's fine.
Okay.
Keep it at that, okay? You still can put 17,000 into this annually. Nothing changed except how you're funding it, how much money you're putting in on a monthly basis, okay?
Okay.
So now you start year one, 13,800. As you can see, remember before it was showing you 0. Now year one, it's showing you about $4,700 that you'd be able to pull out if needed to. Now that's not suggested. Remember, we talked about it. This is not a short-term thing. This is going to be 5-10 years. If, depending on how you fund it, just know that. But God forbid something happened, the cash would be in there that you'd be able to pull out some of it if you needed to, all right?
Okay.
So now let's go back. I like to use the same numbers. Let's go back to age 65, 25 years from now. Now you've been putting 13,800 in there for 25 years. All right. That's about $345,000. $345,000, you've funded it. And potentially you would have about $717,000 tax-free cash accumulation inside this policy to be able to utilize for whatever you want.
It's a huge difference.
Okay. Yes. So a few things I want to talk about. That's why I remember when we were going over the F&A and I was really trying to understand the amount of money you had to utilize to this. You want to make sure these are built exactly to how you want to fund them. It will still work at that minimum 319, right? But it's not going to work to the capacity that these are made for.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that this is something that you're going to be able to utilize in that manner. So the 14,000 will give you a little bit of room, right? So does this still look like something that you'd want to do? Does it still look like something hitting all the buttons, all the checklists?
Yeah, definitely. Can we see what it looks like if I maxed it out of that 17,200?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Then Toni, I'm being kind of conservative with how much I'm putting away because with our pay structure, they just moved us to quarterly pay. So I don't have an extra monthly bit of cash to put anywhere. So if I decide after my first year of this that I want to be able to put more money away, are there options to increase this, or do I just buy a new policy?
Okay, so good question. So once we set this policy in place, that's gonna be what it's set for life. Now, that doesn't mean that, like we talked about, you'll have the kids' policies, which we'll be able to make sure we set those up to have some space into them. Or there is the ability to have another one for yourself. Now, just remember, the older we get, this is life insurance, so the cost of insurance will increase, and we have to make sure that you're still healthy and all that other good stuff.
Okay.
Those are some options we'll go over too. If maybe you want to increase this to give you more room, we'll go over what the kids' policies look like, see how much room they'll have in theirs, and then we can discuss that and see where we want to go from there, okay?
Okay.
Tony, I got a question, Tony.
Yeah, I don't know who it is.
On that, this is Jose Triano, and on that same topic, this is an individual policy, and you were talking about a kid's policy. Now, is there another family policy that we can do as a family as well? We can do that, right?
What do you mean family policy?
So this is an individual policy.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
For one person.
Correct.
For one person.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can also do a family policy like between you and your wife, or you and your spouse as well.
Are you talking about like survivorship, or are you talking about adding riders to the policy?
Or you can do the adding of the riders, correct? Would that be the way to go?
No. So if you're adding a rider, like a spouse rider, let's just say, basically all you're doing is covering the spouse for a certain amount of money under your policy. So if I have
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Now with that, if something happens to the policyholder, that other person no longer has insurance. So just understand that as well.
Oh.
But
There's no beneficiary. Okay, I got you. Okay. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's okay. All right, Jen. So I did my math wrong, but whatever. We're gonna go with 16,800. Okay. So same thing. So same thing. You did about 16,800. Let's times that by 25. It's about $420,000. So you're doubling potentially what you're putting in. You're actually more than doubling it. And let me explain that. Let's just compare this to your 401k that we're talking about, right?
Okay.
At age 65, if you had $891,000 in your 401k, you now have to pay taxes on that money that you take out.
Yep.
So do you really have $891,000 in that 401k?
No, I don't.
Do you know how much taxes you're going to have to pay in 25 years?
My assumption is going to be anywhere between 30 and 40%, but I have no idea.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to sell you on this because you already know how the taxes work. This is why we're having this conversation today, right? Because you're looking for other options. So $891,000 tax-free that you can do whatever you want with. But here's the better thing. Your 401k, you can't touch till you're 59 and a half, which was another reason why you're not very fond of it, right?
Yep.
At age 50, 51, let's say 57. You have $395,000 tax-free in this policy. If you wanted to pull $100,000, let's just say from this policy to utilize it for whatever you want. I don't know, maybe you want to retire early. You want that to last you a year or two, whatever you want to do. You can do whatever you want with it. The point is that you do not have to wait till you're 59 and a half. You also are not going to have to pay taxes on that money. So it's not going to affect anything else that you have going. Okay. Anytime that your surrender value has cash in it, you can borrow it for anything that you want. You don't have to ask permission. You don't have to hit a certain qualification. You don't have to make sure that it's okay or give all these reasons. Nothing. You call the insurance company, you ask them you tell them how much you want. They ask you a couple questions and then they send you the money. If you want to pay it back, you pay it back. If not, you never pay it back. It just comes off whatever your death benefit amount is at the time that you pass away.
Okay. Now I have a question for you. What if, and God forbid, what if something were to happen and I lost my job and Anthony couldn't support everything in the house, so I had to close the policy and pull the full cash value. Can I do that and withdraw the whole cash value? Or if I close the policy, do I lose everything in it?
Okay, so with the life insurance policy, your money is taxed. All of this works because of the life insurance, okay? So you'd want to make sure the life insurance policy always stays in place. That's why when we're setting it up, and we're going to talk about that, okay? There's a few options here. First of all, if God forbid that ever happened, the $319 is the only thing that you would have to pay monthly. Okay. It actually would be a little bit less than that, but let's just stick with the $319. That would be the only thing that you'd have to pay on a monthly basis. Now, depending on when that happens, okay? Remember we talked about account value and this money inside here? All right. At some point when you accumulate a certain amount of money, you actually can stop paying this policy and the policy will pay itself.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
That comes into place if you're getting put into something that's way over your head, right? That's not sustainable, not affordable for you. That's why that F&A is really important. When we sat down and we've dug really deep into your finances to make sure we really understood what you have coming in, what your savings looks like, how much left over, all that other good stuff. So we take all of that into consideration before we put these numbers together, because we want to make sure that doesn't happen. If that happens, to answer your question, no, you will take, depending on the year that happens, if you're out of surrender period, yes, you'll get the cash that's in that policy, but is now a taxable asset that you will have to pay taxes on.
Because my insurance policy, my umbrella lapsed, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. What other questions do you have on this?
That's all I have right now, because that's all I can think of, because other than what you told me, I don't know anything about it, but that all sounds really good.
Okay. I want you to repeat back to me what you understand about how this policy works.
So what I understand is I have a minimum amount of money that I have to put in every month to keep the policy alive to cover my cost of insurance. But I have a maximum amount of money that I can contribute for cash value. And I can put the minimum amount in and it's going to grow, but I'm getting more bang for my buck if I max that out. Correct. And then if I need to borrow cash, I need to look at what I have available in the surrender value column. That's what I have available to pull from. I don't have to pay it back, but I can pay it back. And as long as I keep adding to that, that's going to grow. I don't have an age limit for that. As long as I keep some cash value in there and I'm paying that minimum, my policy is not going to lapse. And I don't have to pay taxes on the funds that I use.
Okay. There's one more thing I want to talk about, and then we'll move forward. The really, really cool thing that I love about this policy is that it's flexible. So we talked about your commissions, we talked about all that stuff, right? There's so many different ways that you could fund this. You can set this up to pay $600 a month, right? Every single month, and that's how it works. You can set this up to pay $400 a month, and at month 11, when you get your commissions or you have that savings, you can dump a couple $1,000s in there, okay? You don't have to worry about being stuck to a certain payment every single month. We know life happens, God forbid. Your 401k, let's just say, that's coming out of your check every month, right? If you have God forbid, you have a month where your commissions is lower and the kids have sports and all this other stuff, and you can't not that you can't, let's just say you want to utilize that $700-800 somewhere else. You can drop that down to the target premium for that month and then pick it back up the next month. So you really have the ability to tailor it to your lifestyle. Now, obviously, we want to make sure that it's properly funded, but just know that you have that option. God forbid something happens, don't go cancel your policy. Don't panic. Don't worry about all that stuff, because that's what I see a lot. People get put in policies that are incorrect. They're paying way too much that they're supposed to. A life event happens. They don't stay in contact with their agent, which you're not going to have to worry about with us, right? We already talked about the 6-month annual that we're going to make sure that we're in contact going over your finances. And then they let their policy lapse and then they lose everything. That's not what we want to happen here. And these policies really give you the flexibility to tailor it to your lifestyle and to make sure that it does not lapse and you have it for the rest of your life.
Okay, perfect.
Tony, can you just repeat the scenario where the policy pays itself? You have that, and is it at a specific year that happens?
Okay, so that's going to depend on how someone's funding the policy. Usually it's a 10 or 15 years, depending on the company that you use.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
So
you have to be out of a
different companies have.
Yes, they do.
Different companies have different. Okay.
Surrender periods. Yes.
Surrender.
Yes. Okay, so when I sit down, I'm going over that, but when I sit down with my clients, and guys, this is something for you to take away, I try to make it as simple but informative as possible. You heard, I did not talk about at all the indexes, the strategies, anything. I mean, I said this is an average and this is what they've done. I threw the word cost of insurance out just so they understand it's a life insurance policy, but I didn't get into fees and all of that. Now, let's just say someone did say, well, I don't want to pay. Why do I need to pay for life insurance? I don't need life insurance. I don't want to pay those fees. Well, the scenario I use is just like when I told Jen, okay, you paid $50,000, right? Now you have, in 25 years, you have whatever amount of money. If you have a 401k, an IRA, anything like that, you're paying fees. You're paying fees, you're paying a management fee, you're paying all this other stuff. When you pass away with your IRA, are you getting those fees back? No. When you pass away with an IUL, your fees, it's called the death benefit, that's getting paid tax-free to your beneficiary. So which one's better to you? Fees that you're never going to get back, or fees that's going to be paid to your family tax-free when you pass away? Michael Fox, you have a question.
I actually got asked a very unique question, and this is a perfect time for it.
Is it though?
If a client,
I better have the answer for you.
if a client is able to pay his annual premium at once, is the client still required to make a monthly payment?
No. No. I personally will never set up a policy with that, and I will always set the original application up with whatever the $100 is, and then I tell my client, after you're approved, it's all set up, call the insurance company, tell them to pull whatever amount you want for the rest of the year, and then you don't have to pay it for the rest of the year. So no, you don't have to. You can just pay it for the year, and that's it. That was an easy question, Mike.
I wasn't going to make it difficult this morning. I was asked.
My own agent puts me on the spot, and I don't know the answer, and that's bad. Just kidding. Jamie, you have a question?
Well, it wasn't a question as much as a thank you, Toni, because the way that you said about keeping it simple but instructive, the illustration that you used about the lease, the rent, just like you pay your rent, just like you have the way that you put it in the illustration made it a lot more personable and a lot more easier for them to understand and grasp or feel the value in the appointment, like they're getting instructed. So thank you for the illustration.
You're welcome. I think it's important. And I use my own experience before I did this, right? Jason was the one who brought me in. He did mine and my husband's F&A. And I was the person who thought I knew everything, right? I had all these things. And he asked me one simple question, and it was, what type of life insurance you have? And I couldn't answer it. I didn't know. Like, my answer was one you can borrow from and one you can't. That was my answer. I had no idea, no clue. I didn't even know what a term and permanent policy was. So our job is, and we always say it, so many people have all these things, but there's no education behind them. So we have to make sure, now our clients are not going to be experts, but they have to understand what they have. So if they can just know what it is and how it works in very simple terms, 90% better than anybody else is doing for them, right? They don't know how their 401ks work. They don't even know that they have to pay taxes on it and that they can lose money. Those two simple things are huge if you don't know them. So we just have to supply them with very simple, basic education to understand how these products work, show them value, and that's it. We're done. Our job is done. I keep it as easy as possible. Obviously, if they give me questions, and you'll have those people that are going to throw things in with you, but that's why if you're newer, you want to match up with somebody who can answer those questions. But you don't want to throw up on them. And then here's the biggest thing I see newer agents come in and they are so excited, which you should be, that you have all this information, but you just want to give it all. Now you're giving them questions to ask that they didn't even think of. Okay. That's what we don't want to do. We want to make sure that we're addressing their concerns, making sure they understand in simplest form how these products work, and then moving forward to the next step. Jen, you have a question?
I just want to say I love the way that you explain these and make perfect sense of them, because there's people I know everyone is all over TikTok. I personally don't like TikTok. I don't get on it, but Anthony does, and he sees videos all the time about people trying to say the IULs are terrible and they're ripoffs because agents aren't explaining to people the value of them and the benefit of them, and that people don't understand how they really work. They think they're just stuffing money in there that they can take whenever they want, and then they're shocked and pissed off when they find they have to wait 2 years. So I love the way that these are explained, and I think that's huge. Otherwise, people do feel like they're being ripped off. Because, for example, I was set up with an IUL in 2019, and the agent that signed me up way overfunded it. He gave me like $1 million policy, and then gave me another 1.5 in term, and he didn't bother telling me what my minimum was. So when COVID hit and I had to drop that down because I was a single mom, I had a mortgage, and I was worried I wasn't going to be able to keep contributing, all of a sudden I realized I can't afford to keep my policy anymore, and it wasn't funded, and I lost everything I had put into it that year, and I was furious.
Yep. And that's the point. And I wanted to use Jen in this situation because obviously I know the history and what happened. Two things, right? One, these policies, I'll be the first person to tell you that if they are set up and built in properly, they are and can be all those things that these TikTok people talk about, right? I sat down with someone who's their agent told them they can fund their kids' policy $45 a month for the rest of their kid's life, and the kid's it's going to be $1 million baby. Not with $45 a month, honey. It's not going to happen. Yes, you can start it that way, but this is the lack of information and misinformation that's being provided to some people. So our job is to make sure that we're doing that F&A properly, to make sure when we're sitting down for step 2, or step 3 at this point, the illustration, that those policies are being built according to the financial needs of the person we're sitting down with. It is extremely, extremely important. I don't care if my target premium's $20, and their max funding it's $400 a month. I'm going to give them the $25 target because that's what's going to be the best for the client. But over and over again, they're set up. I see they're set up improperly, not for the benefit of the person on the other side of the table. And we're not going to, today was closing, so we're not going to go into that, but well, a little bit, but I'm just saying that following the steps, making sure if you cannot explain an IUL as simple as that, you need to have somebody else on with you. Okay. I was 6 months, and yeah, David said it in the beginning. Jason does not explain that. He explains it very differently. He's still very simple and all that other stuff, but I was trained for 6 months with somebody. I did not go out on my own. I would do all the other stuff. I can run illustrations. I knew which companies did this, but I stayed with a trainer, different trainers. And then that's how I formed, my understanding of how to explain it. I just heard different things from different people. I grabbed certain things. And then obviously, the more you talk to people, different concerns come up. And now you know what the majority of people, their concerns are. That's where that whole, I don't want to pay for cost of insurance. Okay. You want to just fund your advisor's kid's college for the rest of their life because that's what you're doing, paying him fees? Or do you want to, have a death benefit for your own kid? Don't go say that like that unless, but I'm just saying. Jen, do you have another question or you just didn't put your hand down? Shannon?
Sorry, I just forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, you're good. Go ahead, Shannon. You have a question? Shannon?
Yes, thank you so much. You were so thorough. And a person like me who is wanting to learn more about my products, that was spot on. But you mentioned funded, the young lady that was talking, she said her policy wasn't funded. And what do we mean when we say funded? And I know that's probably an elementary question, but I don't know.
No, that's okay. Fund it how you're paying it. So there's, so there's the minimum and the maximum, right? The minimum's going to keep the policy going. It's going to basically just give you the life insurance and the chronic critical terminal. But when you max fund it, that means you're putting money on top of the cost of insurance that's going into that bucket that's going to grow on an annual basis. So that's how you're paying it, pretty much, is another word to look at funding.
Toni, I actually used the wrong word. I need to learn all my terminology. What I meant was when you showed that first illustration where I had 2 years before I could borrow money.
Correct.
I was still within that period, which is why I had to close it and lost everything in it. I don't know what the proper term is for that area.
Yeah. So even though remember, it's an illustration. So that doesn't mean that's exactly what your policy is going to look like, right? So depending on how much money you're putting in it on an annual basis, and depending on how much money is actually getting credited, how the index performs will determine how quickly your cash is growing inside there. So even though you have policy value, remember we talked about that? If it's early on, that policy value is not considered cash. So if your policy lapses or you cancel it, you now have a surrender fee to pay. So you're not going to get that money inside that policy until you go over whatever that surrender amount is.
Okay, yeah, and that's where I was stuck. It was within that surrender area where it has not paid in full, that I had no cash value.
Correct. Jenny, you have a question?
Yes. Talking to a little bit about riders. Normally, riders have to pay extra money, right?
Yes.
But I want to understand what means that benefit protection if it's life insurance is the purpose of that benefit.
Say it one more time. The benefit what?
That benefit protection rider. What that means if the purpose of life insurance is that benefit. I want to be a little bit clear on that. I know, for example, that benefit protection for a spouse or child, that means there's an extra a protection for them. But is that benefit protection rider? I was a little bit missed on that part.
Okay, I'll call you afterwards, Jenny, okay? And we'll go.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Does anybody have any questions on the IUL and how to close on the IUL? I don't consider it closing. It is closing, but I mean, it's really just explaining to the person how it works and showing them the value. That's a close.
I think my favorite one, Toni, that I took away that I don't use, that I want to use is asking them, okay, now you explain it back to me. What did you take out of it? And
Oh my God, was that not perfect?
yeah, I think it was awesome because then it allows us as agents to fully understand, okay, do they understand? You know,
Right.
because sometimes when we do this all the time and, you know, it's monotonous sometimes that, you know, we expect that they understand, but it's could be the first time that they're learning this. So asking where they are, to me, that's a good thing. The second thing I see from that is it helps retain what they're learning and it just sticks to them, right? Like asking someone, what do they take away? So I really like that. Thanks, Toni.
Yeah, and for me, it's just, I don't need them to, it doesn't have to be perfect. I just need them to understand it's a life insurance policy. They have to keep it intact or it's not gonna work, or they're gonna have to pay taxes. They have the benefits, right? That come along with it. And it's, the premiums are flexible. The more they put in, the quicker the cash value is gonna accumulate. It's extremely important for me, and I've come across this, to make sure that they understand that if they are not funding it properly, that cash accumulation is going to take a long time to grow. It has to be funded properly. What you don't want them to think is like I said, they're going to put $45 into this policy and next year they're going to have $6,000 that they can pull out of it and do whatever they want with it. That's what you don't want them to think. You want them to understand that it all is based on how they put the money in it. Okay.
And you pointed out that FNA was so important in understanding that FNA is just like that, the end all be all. Like you have to have the clear understanding, and that understanding comes from the financial needs analysis.
100%.
Like exactly what their goals are, exactly what they want, exactly what money they think they have and can access to fund their policy.
100%.
Okay.
And that's when we take I lost my whole train of thought. The FNA just gives us everything that we need to make sure that we're moving forward properly. Okay. All right, so I'm being told to have to wrap it up here. We got to move forward. We have a lot more to go. So I'm going to pass it over to Dan. Hopefully you guys all got good information. And thank you again for letting me train today.
Thank you. Thank you. You're excellent. Thank you so much. This is Lisbeth. Juan's team.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Give it up for Toni, you guys. She crushed it. Crushing the game, man. I learned some great stuff. I took a lot of good notes. My name's Dan. I'll be taking over from Dave, for Dave for the remainder of the day, but we're going to get you guys on a quick break. We got a special guest, Mr. Andre Pennington's going to start at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific, exactly at 12:30. So let's take a quick break, get back on at 12:25 Eastern, and then we'll get right into it at 12:30 so you guys can be on with your day a little bit early today. So do your thing. We'll see you in a little bit. Have a good one.
So when you see me, don't be shy, 'cause we're gonna dance our way to the sky. Yeah, 'cause I got a feeling that it's gonna be a good day. Hey, 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 it's gonna be a good day. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a good day. Hey, 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 it's gonna be a good day. A good day. This is our time, this is our time. Buried our roots on the front lines. Digging in deep for the long night. Heartbeat steady, heartbeat steady. Been fighting so hard all of my life. Getting so close and it feels like I'm taking my place in the spotlight. Better get ready, better get ready. We don't back down, this is what we're made of. Standing our ground, here it goes down. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Oh, wait and see, we're gonna be legendary. Ain't no time like the here and now. Yeah, we showed up, now we showing up. Legendary. Legendary. We're gonna be legendary. Gonna raise up a white flag. Didn't come this far just to turn back. The curtains fall for the last act. Breaking that levee, breaking that levee. We don't back down. This is what we're made of. Standing our ground, here it goes down. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Oh, wait and see, we're gonna be legendary. Ain't no time like the here and now. Yeah, we showed up, now we showing up. Legendary. Legendary. We're gonna be legendary. We don't back down, this is what we're made of. Standing our ground, here it goes down. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Oh, wait and see,
long, I realized that there are phenomenal salespeople, and then there's everybody else.
Yeah.
And one of the things I learned was great salespeople really know how to connect with their client, with their prospect. And one of the things that I didn't realize was, it took me a long time to realize how to really bridge that. One of the things that I learned was something simple, how to ask 6 simple questions. And what I tell people is now I really feel like I really know how to connect with the client. It's hard. I really can't teach you how to really pay attention to people, but what we can teach you.
We had that conversation over lunch,
Yeah.
and that was a key. That was a key comment. I mean, I grabbed it. You can't teach them how to pay attention to the client,
Yeah.
but how to not pay attention to themselves. Did you catch that?
Absolutely.
Subtle difference, but big difference.
Absolutely. And so one of the things I learned, because I always thought, get the information out to the clients, they'll make an informed decision. That's not always necessarily true.
That's tell.
Tell.
And tell is not sell.
Sell. That's
it's
right.
not. Is it? No.
Never.
No.
Very rare. Those are kind of the lay downs, and you don't want those. So what I learned was this process that I can teach anybody. If you can do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you can remember this is very simple. So I'll give it to you really quick, really simple.
Cool.
Number 1, these are the 6 questions. Who, what, when, how.
I bet you had 6 fingers, so you didn't have to raise the second hand.
It's kind of like the Princess Bride. Maybe if I had all the fingers on this side, I wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
But I do have to. I just, but when I realized that, I realized, number 1, I was overcomplicating sales.
Yeah.
And
Most people do.
100%.
Yeah.
Number 2, I took the emphasis off of me and what I wanted to say, and I had to learn how to really get the information from the client because I wanted to empower them. I didn't want to motivate or inspire them. I wanted them to motivate and empower themselves.
Yeah.
So asking these questions. So definitely ready to get into it. And I love some of the things you talk about that are directly related to this that I had no idea about, but now I love it and can't wait to get this to the team.
Yeah, we teach a concept of getting the client to tell us why they need the insurance and why they want the insurance.
Yeah.
And there's really only one way to do that.
Yeah.
You can't do that by telling them anything.
You can't.
So what's the secret?
Secret's asking questions.
Ah.
Always. And I love you guys. I think at the Life Insurance Academy, you guys do an unbelievable job worldwide, guys. Not just in Kentucky, not just in a few states, worldwide, Canada, Africa, you guys have people. And what I love is you guys are getting content to people that are really increasing their business. And that's what I love. So I'm going to run through this real quick, and I'd love to hear your take on this. First, with the client, literally scared to take the focus off myself, and I started to ask these questions, and it went simply like this. Of what's important to them. Number 2, I ask them why that's important to them, because they'll say, well, I want to protect my kids or my husband. Well, the immediate question is, why is that important to you? Because listen, Roger, I know people that don't really care about their family. They don't really believe in insurance. They don't care if they have it or not. And so after I find out asking them why really backs it up and affirms and really forces that who back into their heart.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Because they're verbalizing it now. They're processing that thought.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
you're actually bringing to the surface what they've been internally processing but never really had words for.
Never verbalized it.
Correct.
Now they're saying it, I'm not saying it.
Correct.
So who are you trying to protect? Why is that important to you? The next question starting to get really deep, and most people have never thought about this. And I asked the client A, if something happens to you, whether, God forbid, you're in a car accident or you're in the hospital in a coma, or God forbid you pass away, if you don't have coverage, where's your family going to live? Can they stay here? Do you have enough money to live here for the next 15 to 20 years, or are they going to have to move? And right here is the first time you get the aha moment. They've never had this conversation, husband and wife, children, spouse, parents. They've never had this conversation. So now I become the expert because I'm talking to them about something no one's ever asked them.
That's right.
Love that.
Yeah.
So we get the who, the why, the where. What happens if something happens to you, God forbid, and you don't have coverage in place, or let's say a lot of people have coverage at work and they want to, well, I have coverage at work. Well, what happens if you lose your job? For instance, I had a client that got diagnosed with cancer, couldn't work anymore. that work insurance was gone. So we can now start to overcome objections by asking questions.
Yeah.
I don't have to attack their objections. What happens if you're working and you have work insurance and you can't work for a year? What's going to happen to insurance? Has anyone ever talked to you about that?
Yeah. These series of questions: who, what, when, where, why, and then of course there's one more: how. What is that? Did we cover all 5? Did we cover 5 or 6 there?
5.
Well, okay.
I really get into, so we get the who, the why, the where, the what, the when. I love this one, and I'm going to end with the powerful one.
Okay.
I saved the last 2 for a reason. I'm very strategic about this. When is the best time for you to really get protection for your family? Because a lot of people tell me in the process that they want to think about it. Well, when did you start thinking about this? When you filled out the form, when you made the phone call? Like, you've already thought about this, so we're already past that.
Yeah.
When's the right time to protect your family?
Yeah.
Anybody's going to tell you right now. And I end with the last question. I get really vulnerable talking a little bit about myself and asking this last question. How is it going to make you feel to know that if or when something happens to you, that your family is not going to have to change, your kids aren't going to have to move, your husband's not going to have to go work 2 or 3 jobs, or your wife's not going to have to marry someone for money? How is that going to make you feel to know that you put something in place that's going to outlive you? And that's when I get their heart.
That's right. That's right.
But then I don't stop there. I ask them one more question. And this is the one, you say it differently, but we say the same thing, which is just so weird because I realized a long time ago the laws of success are universal. So we're saying the same things, we're saying them differently. But I ask people this question. Listen, and you'd be amazed at the number. I didn't talk about return of premium. I didn't talk about how much it costs. I didn't give them options. The sale's done.
You didn't talk about accidental riders.
I did not.
Nothing like that.
I didn't talk about any of that. The sale is done because I took time to really have a human interaction. See, the one thing we forget is we think we're salespeople and they're clients.
That's right.
We're not. I'm a husband. She's a mother. I'm a father.
That's right.
She's a daughter. And we're having a human interaction here. When they feel that lets down barriers and their inhibitions, and they really want to, and you're going to kind of walk us through what happens, which I didn't realize all this other stuff was going on when I was asking those questions.
Yeah. So there's a structure behind everything that you covered there. Obviously, when we are talking to people, there are motivators of why people take action. There are reasons why people buy anything. There are reasons why people don't buy.
Yeah.
Right? We talk about the 5 real reasons why people don't buy. Because oftentimes when we get an objection at the end, I want to think about it. I got to talk to my wife. I got to look at my budget. Can I have a card? I'm still shopping. I got to get back to you. I got to talk to my daughter. My son helps me make decisions. I think I already have a policy. My mom might have put one in when I was a kid, and I got to check it out. I got one at work. I think it's really good. It's $1 million. Right? They don't know what they have. Right? I got one through the bank. It's for $10,000.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, that's accidental. Like it's through the credit union. Whatever. They don't know, but they're just throwing out stuff at the end. And oftentimes as agents, we don't know why we're getting those objections at the end, but there's really 5 real reasons why they don't buy.
Yeah.
There's no need, no trust, no trust, no need, no want, no urgency, no money.
Yeah.
And if we cover those 5 in our communication, our sales process, we can help eliminate most of the objections, and when we get to the end, it's a natural close.
That's
we call it a
unbelievable.
natural close. And so what we're addressing there and what your questions really hit is uncovering, number 1, their need, and then what is it they really want? Because at the Academy here, we talk about the fact that everybody has there's 3 needs. There's 3 issues going
I
on
love this.
with everybody in their life. Movies are written, about it. Screenplays are written. Books are written around this. There's an external problem, there's an internal problem, and there's a philosophical problem.
Hey everyone, how's everyone doing? I'm super fired up. Are you guys excited? We're ready for the second half. Second half, best half. Let's get started here. I know Dan will be with us in just a second and will kick us off for the second half of the call. I'm super pumped up. I got a lot of good notes. I hope you guys are liking it as well. Drop it on the chat. Have you guys gotten some golden nuggets already? Good stuff, good stuff. So I see Dan is here. I'll pass it to him. Great seeing you guys, and let's kill it.
Awesome. We're going to start in actually 5 minutes. Andre's going to be on in 5 minutes. So get ready, get prepared, call your teams, make sure that they're on this bad boy, and we're going to get to it. So just give it a few more minutes, you guys.
Thanks, Dan. And I got a couple messages in regards to the video. So I will drop this video that it was just playing on the group me, so you guys have easy access to it. You can watch it again, so just be on the lookout. I'm going to post that YouTube video on group me.
And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there. 'Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make 'em stay there.
Then I go, yeah. I don't never look back on the go, yeah. Pray hard and then I work and that's for sure, yeah. I'ma get it, that's for sure. I envision, then I go. I don't never look back on the go, yeah. Pray hard and then I work and that's for sure, ayy. Pops always told me work for what I want, yeah. Always did when they told me that I want, yeah. So I don't understand the spoiled tip. My parents' money spoiled rich. I've been on my own kick that I'm gon' have the world grip, ayy. I just tuck my head and then I work and then I pray.
All right, who's ready to rock? Oh man, I see the dude. I see the dude. I see the man. He's up here. I remember one time, I'm going to introduce Andre here in a minute, but I remember one time I was talking to him and it totally changed my paradigm. I don't think you even know this, man. So we were talking about, our former business, and one of my mentors I had, I'm like, the guy works 24/7. I go, but he makes a couple $1,000,000 a year. And I remember Andre goes, well, that's not very much. You remember that, Andre? Remember you said that? And I was like, yeah, you're right. That's $2,000,000 a year is not much money, right? And it's this restrictor plate we put on our own minds proceeds to create our net worth in life, I guess, if you will. And this guy is a superstar. Funny story. We know a lot of the same people. He grew up in the town that I used to live in, and I got some friends that went to high school with him, and they're like, man, that guy's really doing it. He took his life where it was at and took it to the next level and the level after that. I'm just so proud to be in business with this guy. He's doing great things for our company in general and for all the families that we're helping. So I'm really grateful to have him on this call. Make sure I see we got some people that came off. Let's call those people, make sure that they get on here so that they can get the value that we're going to bring to you this second half. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the great, the powerful, the talented Mr. Andre Pennington.
Hey guys, thank you for having me on. Dave hit me up, or Dave hit me up and said, "Hey, are you interested in sharing how you do annuities?" I'm like, whatever you need. It's funny, in all the time that I've been in financial services, no one's ever asked me to train on a topic, like not one time, right? So it'll be interesting to see what you guys think. One thing I want to say before we get started, though, I'm kind of going back to what Dan was saying. In order to do well at life, we have to lift our inhibitors off. And I want to explain that process just really quickly, at least the way I see it and the way it's worked in my life. So we have this thermostat in our mind, and somebody will say something and our temperature will go up, right? And when you think about a time when someone said something that you accepted in the moment, maybe even got excited about in the moment, and you thought it was a game changer, and then you woke up the next morning and the temperature went right back down to where it was, right? And what I've learned to do is I understand that I'm a human being, but I know that if I focus on it, as that temperature is dropping, I can just let it not drop to where it was originally. So this way I'm moving forward, right? And if you do that repetitively, then you're going to move forward consistently. And we always overestimate what we can do in a year. We underestimate what can be done in 5 years. And if you're consistent that way, what happens in 10 years, it will shock yourself, right? So I'm sitting in a moment like that, right? Where it's shocking me that I'm a co-founder in this company. And I actually know exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm in a position that's very real, that if the listeners, if my teammates pick up what I'm doing, their lives are going to get better, right? So as I go through this, that's what I want you to focus on. Picking up the pieces that are going to make your lives better and make your clients' lives better, which will make their families' lives better, right? And the beauty of what we do is this is a ripple effect that continues to go. So, yeah, Jason calls me the super lawyer. I truly am a super lawyer. It's a fact. I was in the magazine that just came out twice. So hopefully you guys will enjoy what I'm going to talk to you about. I am actually going to run through an illustration with you like I would do with my clients. And I'm going to use one company because I don't have time to use all of them, right? But the first thing I want to say about it is if you copy exactly what I do, you will get better, right? But if you do it the way you're supposed to do it, that's the best, right? And for me, like I watched that video of the sales tactics, and I wholeheartedly agree with everything. The only difference between me and the video, I think, is I do that all naturally. And this to me is the shortcut to do it naturally. care about the person you're talking to. It's the simplest shortcut. Care about them. To me, they may know a few things. They may know I'm a super lawyer. They may know, if they walk into my office, they're going to know everything. It's like a shrine to every award that I've ever had is up on these walls, right? But they don't care about me, right? I just want to give them a little inkling that, hey, I know what I'm doing and somebody else thinks so too, right? So the moment they walk in, and this, I'm going to be interactive here. What do you think the first things that come out of my mouth are? We sit down in my office or by Zoom. What's the first thing you think I say to them? Anybody?
How you doing today?
How are you doing? I make some connection.
You appreciate them coming down to you?
I appreciate them.
What can you do for them?
Yeah, I see in the chat one thing here is, what brings you here?
I was gonna say, why are you here today?
Why are you here today?
Tell
Right.
me more about yourself.
Tell me more about yourself. These are not wrong answers, right? These are all stemming to the point that I'm trying to make. The first thing that I tell them, now, if they're walking in my office, I'm going to talk with them and ask them how their day was, get that chit chat out of the way, right? But the first thing I'm going to say is, and this is going to surprise you, guys, I don't know what I'm doing yet. You know why? Because they haven't said one word to me about why they've come to see me, right? And in order for me to know what I'm going to do, I need to know your goals. That's the key for me. I want them to know in our first meeting together that my goals are their goals. That is the largest thing that I want them to understand. Then I will ask them questions after I've listened to what they've said. Now, here's how I don't do it, right? I don't get their file. I don't get their file. I don't take what I know and then look down as they're talking to me. No, I don't do that at all. I actually, as they're talking to me naturally, not because I'm doing it on accident or as a sales tactic, I will actually lean in because I'm actually listening. Right? And as I hear what they say, and you guys have been a part of many F&As, right? As I'm listening, storing it all in my mind, right? And a powerful question is why? Right now, I'm going to tell you a little bit of background. I always do this because I think it's important for people to know where you've come from and why you do things the way you do them. I started out a military attorney, right? And what they do very quickly is like, you come in and they put you in front of colonels and generals. If we have any service members in here, you know that's not normal. And you probably know that even if you're a snot-nosed lieutenant and you're the lawyer, when the general says he or she wants to do something, the wrong answer is, sir or ma'am, you can't do that legally, right? Because there's a mission that has to be accomplished. So the right answer is to understand the goals of the mission and find a way to do that. And it might be, oh, we just have to add this one little thing in. It might be we have to do a whole different thing, but it still accomplishes the mission, right? So when people tell you about themselves, right, they're going to be, some people will give you more than you want to know, and some people will just talk your ear off, right? But it's really important as you're listening to ask the why question, right? Like, I don't care. I believe in the market. Say somebody says this to you. I believe in the market. I'm fully comfortable with all of my assets in the market. Oh, okay. Like, why? Why are you why is that comforting to you? Like, why are you comfortable with that? And they will tell you exactly why. And you might hear stories such as, 2008 came around, I made it through, and my money came back. Like, I had a client yesterday tell me, because when I started talking about the subject matter, and I was thinking, I wonder if an annuity would be right for this client, right? But I didn't say, hey, I'd like to talk to you about annuities, and I'm going to teach you things. No one likes to be taught, right? No one likes to be taught anything, because by being taught something, we have to admit to ourselves we don't know something, right? So instead, I said, okay, I want to ask you some questions so I can understand your goals and so I can frame what I'm going to do next. And I put on the board 2 lines, and I put percentages next to each of them, drew a line right down the center. And so I just want to understand how you feel about your estate, your wealth, right? And the question I have for you, after I've already listened and they've said, I'm very comfortable in the market, right? I said, well, if 2008 came along, what percentage would you want on this side of the line that is not at risk at all, but's getting market rate returns? And then on this side, what percent would you want in the market to take that loss at this stage of your life? And you can put it in the chat or speak up, but what do you think the answer was? 0. I see Dan holding up a 0, right? So, and it's like, okay, let's talk about it then, right? But that right there is a key to allowing the conversation to happen, and now they're interested, right? Versus, I'm going to tell you what you should do with your money. Now, here's the other part. Let's say they do say 0. What's my response to that? They say, I don't want any, sorry, not 0, but I want all of my money still in the market. What's my response to that? I love that. Why? Why do you feel that way? And let's say they say, I just believe in it. The market will crash while I'm alive, but when I die, as long as I don't sell, that goes to my heirs and it'll rebound with them. What's my response to that now?
What makes you think that?
Are you so sure about that?
Of course they're sure about it. He just told me exactly what he thinks about it, right? I don't care if I lose a bunch of money in the market. And the history of the market, just so we're all on the same page, is it's always done this. Now, it might take 10 years to get back to normal and continue to grow. But let's not forget that the market actually does this. As long as you don't sell, it comes back, right? But how, maybe this is the question next. Okay, how would that affect your life if a 2008 event came right now and you had all of your money in the market? For some of my clients, they can look me straight in my eyes and say it wouldn't change a thing. How much more time do I spend talking about an annuity to those clients? Zero. Right? But what am I doing? I'm having a conversation and I'm accepting the answers. If you guys really want to know why I'm good at this, is because I was really good at jury selection when I was a trial attorney. And the goal as a trial attorney and jury selection is to get people talking so they can expose their biases, right? So maybe somebody says to me, I don't know if this ever happened, but let's pretend they do. They say, well, I don't really like Black people very much, right? In that role, my job is to say, really? I could totally understand why you say that. Tell us more, right? They tell us all about their bias. They walk out of the room and I say, Judge, we can't have that person on the jury, right? This is the same thing. We want to know more about what they want out of life, what their biases are, right? So we can address their exact spot in life with the solution, right? Now, just because we can't talk about an annuity doesn't mean we can't talk about life insurance. Oh, they care about the future generation than they do the market dropping right now, right? Maybe they don't know about how IULs work with grandchildren or children, right? Doesn't mean the conversation's over. So I'm being long-winded about it, but the point I'm trying to make is we have to actually know our clients and only care about what they care about. I can't be sitting there thinking, let me think if I can think the amount that was there yesterday. $2.4 million in the market, right? And I can't be breaking down my commissions in my mind and trying to push to that goal no matter what, because that's not me being a good person. Does that make sense? Right? Now, I'll tell you exactly what did happen, right? Because there's two people sitting there, and while the husband's answering one way, guess what? The wife's answering a different way, right? And what I found in life, and this isn't, I think people are people, and you can't just stereotype somebody, right? If somebody sees me and all my tattoos and the way I dress normally, they can make whatever judgments they like, but in reality, I'm a boss, right? In reality, I kill in this life, right? In reality, they can make whatever assumptions they want, right? So I'm not trying to like do a broad brushstroke and incriminate everybody with this statement, but women, what I've noticed, wives, tend to be wanting security, right? That's a thing I've noticed. Now, it doesn't mean I stick with it, but if I come in kind of understanding that he's saying one thing and then she's saying something different, you can reverse that order. The only thing in that moment that I need to understand after that is who's the decision maker in this relationship, right? Because if one person's on board and they're not the decision maker, doesn't matter. Right? So why am I spending so much time talking to the clients, figuring out what their goals are?
So you will know how best to move forward.
Yeah, how will I know what to do? Some of you may have seen, I had this freak out moment when I asked a bunch of our Vantage agents what the steps were. And I'm in a room full of people that didn't know the steps. And I'm gonna be honest, I actually got mad and lost my shit for a minute, right? But how am I gonna know my next steps if I don't know what they've said? Right? If what they want. So those are the things we have to figure out first, right? So for me, I think a lot about what it is I'm trying to accomplish, which is making sure, for me, making sure they have a holistic plan. And I tell them this, that in an emergency situation, they're covered. I want to look at end of life. And I want to make sure you're covered there too. Those are the scary moments that we look around, and we've done it our whole life and seen people go through these things. Alzheimer's, dementia, getting in a big accident, all these things that we believe won't happen to us. Let's be real. I expect when I'm done with this conversation with you guys, I'm going to walk out of the house and I'm going to be able to do whatever it is I'm going to do without anything bad happening to me. Anybody else feel that way today? Right? We all do. So they do too, right? So I always emphasize that all the things that you see happening to your friends, your family, your acquaintances, I'm going to make you, this is the only thing I make them do, make a decision about it. We're going to look at it and we're going to make a decision about how, if that stuff happens, what we would want it to look like. And notice I'm saying we. Because in this moment, my true feeling is I'm on the team with them. I'm the navigator. I'm the guide. Right? I let them know, you are telling us where this tour goes. And I'm going to follow where you go. And I'm not going to talk to you about things that aren't part of your goals. But if I hear things that might be part of your goals, I'm going to bring them up, what I know about it, as suggestions and options. Right? But we're going to make a decision about end of life. And that one decision could be this: I don't care about it. I don't want to address it. That's fine. I get that answer. That's fine. We've made a decision. But the other decision is, often once you start talking about it, is I kind of do care about that. You know, I get this all the time. I see a lot of older clients by virtue of being an estate planning attorney, right? And I always get the person in the room who, I call it the tough guy. In my own mind, I'm like, oh, okay, tough guy. Because here's what I think about it. Like, say whatever the hell you want to say today. I've been there. Like, I've literally been there at when people were dying or losing capacity. And I can tell you 100% of the time, they do not care about money. They care about their quality of life, their dignity, and their integrity. So when I hear somebody say, oh, just set the gun on my chest and I'll pull the trigger, take me out to the mountains, right? That for me is like, that's an ego that I just got to get through, right? That person has an ego, right? And how I get through it is this. Let's say I'm talking with the spouse in the room. You know, hey, doesn't matter which one. I hear it from both ends, but in this case, I'll just use the wife. You know, Miss So-and-so, how would you want your husband's end of life to look? Right? Because they may not care about themselves. I'm kind of one of those people a little bit, right? Like, if my family's around, I will change my behavior tons because they're around. But if somebody says the wrong thing to me when I'm by myself, I might act out of character, right? But anyway, my point is you can ask the question to the other spouse because they may care about what the other spouse wants, right? Oh, I would definitely want to make sure you had the best care, right? But the point of this is we ask questions and we figure out what they actually want. And we're the experts at that piece, by the way. Because remember, we're going to show them things that they probably never heard of before. If you tell somebody who's 65 or older, say 60 or older, if you start the conversation with, I want to talk about long-term care. And if you, number one, what never comes out of my mouth, first of all, is insurance, annuity, right? Like, I don't talk about those things. I don't say, we're going to talk about annuities. We're going to talk about insurance, right? But if I say long-term care to a client, what are they thinking of? They're thinking
if the health
of
goes bad, nursing home.
Yeah, they're thinking of, I'll get all the time, oh, my Medicare will cover that. Right? It's not true. Right? It's not true. It's right? But how often do people like to be told they're wrong? Right? So I want you guys, never. Nobody likes knowing, never, ever. Right? So put that in your mind. You never tell a client they're wrong. Ever. They can be wrong as hell. And they're not wrong. That's a rule. So let's say somebody says something like that, right? What would we say back to them? Jump in.
Would you ask them to explain what they mean by that they're covered? What in their mind, what that means?
Yeah. Yeah, I would ask them, well, tell me more about that. Why do you believe that?
Or you just go back to that emergency scenario that you spoke of, and if an emergency happened right now,
That
what
could
would
be a
it look?
segue back to something else, but I like to be with people right where they're at. I don't like to sideswipe anything, you know? And that's a moment when I've got to be a little bit of an expert. And here's how you say what you're going to say without saying they're wrong. Man, so many of my clients believe that. You know, that is a very, very common misconception that is out there in the public. You know, let me show you. And I might, so for me, when they walk in, most people look at me as an expert already, right? If you're setting your clients up correctly and saying things right, they will look at you the same way, you know? But here's what I do. I will actually use real world examples. I don't tell them they're wrong. I just use real world examples that I've seen. You know what? I had a client that believed exactly that, you know, and when the time came, Medicare didn't cover a thing. Almost like they would, but they decided not to, right? Because I don't want to tell them they're wrong. But what I can rely on is who I am and my expertise. I'm actually an estate planning attorney that does fiduciary services, that does manage estates for people once they've lost capacity, right? And I actually see what's covered, what's not covered, right? That's what I say. I'm more concerned with practically how things play out. I don't care if somebody has a long-term care policy, by the way. I'm going to throw this out. This will be a nugget for you to know. When the real, excuse my language, but this is how I am. I'm going to be just like how I am. When the shit hits the fan, that long-term care policy that they've paid for their entire life is not going to move fast enough for life. The claims aren't going to be approved quick enough. And they're going to be using something to bridge that gap, right? So I tell stories that I've seen or that I've heard of to help them understand that this is a moment we need to plan a little more for, right? And what I do is I just wait for them to have some concern. Oh, I didn't know that. Really? Right? Then once that happens, well, let's talk about some options we have on the table given your exact circumstances. Okay. Now, what is the option on the table? If we're thinking annuities, what option are we thinking of? We can look at their finances. Let's pretend they have something in stock holdings. They have an IRA of any good, decent amount for their life, right? Let's talk about some options that are available to us. What are the options that are available to us? You guys are the professionals. So I'm seeing Hector. I always thought it was Hector Bones, but is it Bonus? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, that's right. It's Bonus.
Bonus. I like Bones better, bro.
I know.
But I'll call you your name from now on. North American with a long-term care rider. Anybody else know about that? right? So if you don't know that, like, let's be very clear. I know I'm doing training, right? But if you don't know that, then you're stuck and you don't actually have options. But in my opinion, of everything that we have, and it's not a long-term care, right? Or we're not actually allowed to say long-term care in there, by the way. It's active daily living benefits. And I'm going to cover one of these right now with you. I'm going to go through it, how I go through it. But if you don't know the options, then you're not going to have any options. Right? And in my opinion, North American is my favorite annuity that we have on the platform. And I'm not trying to change your minds. I'm telling you it's my favorite based on the clients that I see, because it gives 3 big options, right? There's a 1-year and a 2-year strategy inside of it if they want that consistent growth. Or you can use the ladder strategy inside of it, which is the most amount of growth if it all goes according to plan, right? Where it creeps up for 5 years. And then on the back end, everyone hits at that 5-year participation rate. Am I speaking Greek, or are we all on the same page and know what I'm talking about? Tell me the truth. Because we're not going to get anything out of this if we all don't know what I'm talking about.
It's Greek to me, but I'm riding.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through, but I want you to understand a general concept, right? And I'm not here to debate between the ones, right? Yeah, Global Atlantic, 4Care has certain things. The reason I like North American, though, because for me, number one, you can pick a 1-year 2 strategy, or you could pick the 5-year one. And you always have the option of adding on those living benefits. Okay, and there's 4 of them in there. Right? I always tell them to ignore 2 of them because I don't think they have the value they're supposed to, right? But you can't call it Social Security insurance, but it has that, right? It has Social Security insurance in there, gap coverage. If Social Security drops, you can elect for them to cover the difference. That might be something an older client's thinking about, right? It has an enhanced death benefit. It's not life insurance, right? Because you pay taxes on it, but it's kind of like it. If you accumulate your money, you don't use any of the living benefits, there's an enhanced death benefit that your family gets, right? And then it has active daily living benefits. The way I talk about that is, what I love about this is it's not tied to having to go to a facility. I'm going to stop there for a second. What do I know about human nature? I had a 90-year-old client get released from the hospital for something very, very serious. Then I saw him in my office and I asked him, man, how are you doing? And he said, I'm all better. I'm all better. Right? Does anybody think that's an accurate statement for a 90-year-old?
No.
Right? Who just went through a life-threatening thing? No, it means you're actively dying. You are now in the process of dying. You're not getting better. You're getting older, and you're going to die soon. But we will not think like that as human beings ever. It's not how we're designed. Right? And the other thing we're not designed to do is think about ourselves in a care facility. And I know all my clients want to have home care. Now, some of us on this call who've been through this process or have seen people go through it know that that's not always possible forever or even very long. But that's what they want. And I know that already. And so when it's triggered by losing function, I can't bathe myself, I can't feed myself. Right? It's triggered by that. Then you get this extra pot of money that I call insuring your wealth. So it's insurance within insurance, right? You get another pot of money that's extra that hopefully you use up before it touches the money you've built. This is why I like it, because I feel like I can maneuver really well inside of it, right? And everyone's awareness. I have a direct line I can call in there now, like direct for me. I call that number. bypasses everything in the North American, right? So I really understand this one and really like it. Not, again, not trying to, but you should at least be familiar with it. So I'm going to go through that right now. Remember, there are, I don't intend to train on the topic area, because what's this training about being a closer, right? And I have a, some of you have probably seen my ego jump out in moments or talk big. This is not a time to talk big. Being a closer, realistically, is not me using my personality, using success. It's about telling you exactly how I do it. And I don't sell a thing. I don't sell anything. I listen for if I have solutions to the problems that my clients have. And then I offer the solution. It's that simple. So what I'm going to do is share my screen. I'm going to share it right from the beginning. Hey, Dan, how am I on time?
You're good, man. Just go.
All right. All right, so I'm starting right from the beginning. Can everybody see that? All right, so I'm going to go into illustrations. All right, so right here, I'm going to do a little bit of training on at least the topics, right? So we want to do a new illustration. So we're going to go right up here, new illustration. All right, these are all the options that we have. I'm going to be real honest with you. I don't know a thing about VersaChoice. I don't know a thing about benefit solutions, performance choice. These are the ones I know about right here. Horizon, Secure Horizon Plus, Secure Horizon Choice, and Secure Horizon Accelerator. Now I'm going to go through a brief for those of you who don't know, so that I'm not speaking Greek. If I have a client who wants a bonus, or a bonus is something they'd be super interested in, at least in Arizona, it's different in every state, so you actually have to check it. But in Arizona, I know there's a 13% bonus in the accelerator. And then that ladder strategy that we're going to cover in a minute is a little bit lower, but it's all over 100%. So there's three options you can choose in there. One of the index strategies is 110 to start. One's 125. The other's 155 in the first year. And then every year that goes by, they incrementally increase to more participation rates. Okay. You can get that 13% bonus free of charge. Okay. Then you have your choice. The choice is just like the Secure Horizon Plus, except it's a 5-year and a 7-year. Was somebody saying something? All right, so you have the choice. There's a 5-year and a 7-year, and it does exactly the same thing that Secure Horizon Plus does, but increases the ages to 85. So if you're 85 years old, you can get in the 5-year and 7-year. That one is the long-term care or active daily living benefits play, right? If that's a concern the clients have. The accelerator, you have to be under 79 to use, and Secure Horizon is under 79 to use. In my opinion, the Secure Horizon as an accumulation annuity will grow the best out of all of them. When I say all of them, I mean all of the different options we have here. There's no bonus. It's a trend, you're just moving money in it and it grows. I'm not going to go through that one. I'm actually going to go through the plus because I can explain the differences inside the plus. Okay. So the accelerator gives a bonus. The accumulation is going to be less over the long haul. Right? If you have a client who's older and they're really worried about dying, then you're going to want to look at the death benefits too, right? All of them have a death benefit to it that's more than the accumulation. Okay. So I'm going to go through the plus because that's the one I want to go through. In Arizona, it will not let me show all the different strategies. The one that it leaves off is the best one in terms of how it illustrates and it performs. I'm super comfortable with that, but I tell the clients, I say, I left off the best performing index at some point when I'm explaining, because I'd rather under promise and over deliver. Right? So I'm going to take you through. So when I'm talking with a client, I kind of figure out, okay, they want this Secure Horizon Plus, right? That's a 10-year. We're going to use qualified because usually that's what I'm looking at. The difference, I hope everybody knows the difference between qualified and non-qualified money. If you're using non-qualified money, you got to worry about taxes and how it's grown if it's in the market, right? So you have to actually know how to read the statements, but sometimes there's not gains there. I'm not going to belabor that point. Qualified money or retirement accounts. To me, that's the low-hanging fruit. This is the language that I use with them. I will tell them, hey, I'm not really looking to change what's going on in your life. I just want to see where we can leverage what you already have for more. Right? I want to leverage what you already have for more. Because at the end of the day, if you have a money account, all you have is money. But if you have this and benefits associated with it. So I'm going to get you the plus, the more, right? So I'm going to just do a value client. We'll take it to the ages, well, let's say 50. All right? So now I'm putting it in, right? Qualified money, and we'll just say it's 800,000. Or let's do $1 million. That'll be fun. Right? So we put in $1 million. All right, here are all the options I was talking about, right? There's fixed in here. I've never had a client that wanted to use that because of the way I explain how an index works. But I think it's 3.75% if they wanted to put some in there to make sure they had gains every single year. And then you have these, right? So you have the annual point to point, and then you have a 2-year point to point, right? So if they want more of that consistent growth, that's an option, right? But usually if they're wanting the most amount of accumulation and you have these 3 strategies, in Arizona, you see you cannot even put anything in that bucket, right? When you click here, it tells you we are unable to illustrate this index for this state that's selected. However, it's available for sale. So if I want to show them how that one works, all I do is at the end of it, once I've under promised, I know the state that does show it, that's closest to me, and it's Nevada. So I print off that one page and I show them, hey, this is the index that I left out that actually performs the best. All right, so if I were going to put it all in all 3, I do 34 to Loomis, 33, 33. Just how I do it because I want it balanced and I believe it creates diversity or diversification. For our purposes though, because I can't use all 3, I'm going to put that in, right? Now, we want to understand exactly what would happen here. Did I do everything?
Take the 100 off the research affiliate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so why on earth, what's this supplemental illustration for? Right? For me, what it is I want to show you an absolute failure of this product. That's what I use this particular report for. This one right here. Right? I want to show you, I don't say all this, I'm telling you what's in my mind and what I'm going to say. Right? I want to show you if the market crashes and all we can squeak out of this is 5% with the way it's structured, that's a failure of the market. But guys, we are actually financial professionals. And if you listen to anybody talk about annuities, right? What are the rate of returns that eventually are going to catch up? Time's going to catch up with it, right? And don't put it in the chat because I can't see it so well. So what are the rate of returns that we can actually expect out of this? No matter what it illustrates.
8%.
Yeah.
5 or 6.
3.6.
5%.
7, 8. Okay, so my point is we want to make sure that we're being good people, right? And showing the reality of this. Okay, not selling the illustration. If you're selling the illustration, what's going to happen, and this is actually happening in my last week, this insurance agency put a bunch of people in a 15-year product that didn't perform at all. It actually wasn't a Athene product, by the way. But I don't think there's anything wrong with Athene. I think it was what was wrong with the salesman, because that's what he was. He wasn't a financial professional. He was a salesman. And he sold the thing that gave him the most commission that wasn't appropriate for the clients. And they're all coming to me to change him now, right? We're not going to be those people. So this is what I designed this for. I think this is a failure of the product. I don't even care if I put 4% or 3%. Pick something that is a failure, right? So let's use 4%, right? I always click this. You can decide on these later, mess around with it. Okay, but I'm going to create this report. Now you guys can judge me after I'm all done, right? But I'm going to literally tell you how I do this. Okay. So first thing I do as this is facing me and not forward facing is I'm going to zoom in. And I'm going to cover that big ass green annuity.
Andre, we can't see the illustration if that's what you're showing us.
Let me find it. Yeah, I'll move it over. Sorry about that. And I'll reverse too, because I want you to see it the way I saw it. Okay. Right? So this is facing me, not facing the client. Client hasn't seen it yet. I'm literally going to do this. I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to cover it up. Now it still says it right here. What I don't want them to first see is this big green annuity. Why?
They'll jump into conclusions.
Yeah. I don't want them judging it off of whatever they've heard their financial advisor say about it, whatever happened in the 80s, whatever happened in the 90s. And for those of you who don't know the history, people got screwed really, really bad by annuities in that time frame, right? And it's almost a bad word. So I never say it. I'll call it an FIA. I'll call it an EIA, an equity indexed, right? I'll never say it because not until I know they're going to ask me. I'm not hiding it. It's just prepared for when the timing's right. Okay. So I want to be very clear about it. I'm not saying to hide that it's an annuity. Absolutely not. If you're doing that, you're lying. What I'm doing,
false misconception.
What I'm doing is I want them to see what this does before they think annuity. My thought process with my clients is this. If they knew what was out there, if they knew how it worked, then they might want to do it. A lot of them might want to do it. In fact, I can say this because I've been doing this long enough. A lot of my clients want to do this, right? So what I'm doing is I think about it in my mind the same way estate planning is, right? I'm not going to go talking about estate planning for a long time, but I'm going to use it as an example. Most of you here, I know this by virtue of just knowing it. Most of you, despite being in financial services, don't have an estate plan. And you know how important it is. It's the same importance as life insurance, right? You die without an estate plan, you fail your family. Let that sink in for a minute, okay? But I know most of you don't have it. Why? Because we have something that's called cognitive dissonance. Our minds don't want us to think about dying, right? It just doesn't. So we put it off to the last minute. Same thing, there's cognitive dissonance associated with annuities, right? So I don't want that to happen. I don't want them not to want to understand right away. So what I do is I cover that up just for the time being. I still know it's said here. And I tell them, look, I'm going to, and we've already talked about, I want you to understand this too. By the time I'm showing this, I could literally, and I'm not making this up, I could literally just walk the client over and fill out the application without ever showing an illustration. Because when you're finding out what the client's goals are and you know the product well enough, I can give them the synopsis. I've already done it, right? I've already figured out if they're concerned about living benefits, if they're concerned about Social Security dropping, if they're concerned about increasing what passes on some, or if they're just want accumulation. Like I've already done it and they've already agreed to it. And then I'm just showing them what they've agreed to at this stage, right? When I was younger, how I know this is when I was younger, I would run out of time and I just, hey, write that app up for me and I'll show them the illustration later, right? I've actually done it. I'm not saying that's the way to do it, but that's how I know. Okay, so when we get here, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to treat you like your clients. I'm not going to break character from this point forward. You are going to see exactly how I do it. Okay, so we've assumed that they've wanted, they're concerned about active daily living benefits. And that's why we're here. Okay, so the reason I've chose North American is because they've been around since 1896. They are A-rated across the board. Now, I say A+ rated across the board. Technically, they're A+, A1, and A+ rated because those are the actual ratings you get. Actually, I'm going to break character because I want to highlight why I'm saying certain things the way I'm saying them. What did I just tell that client by saying they've been around since 1896 and they're A+, A1, and A+ rated?
That they can be trusted.
And credible, not going anywhere.
That they have longevity.
Trust.
All of the above, yes. I've also told them that I'm an expert because I know the ratings and how they're different subtly. And I've told them, and I actually tell them this, this company has been through the Great Depression. That's a powerful statement. And when you're rated A+, A1, and A+, what that means is you are financially sound. Everybody thinks the banks have all the money. These guys have all the money. They are partnered with the S&P inside and the global multi-asset index. And I say this, for if you know about investing, then you've heard of those. I don't ask them if they've heard of them and make them say no or yes. I just said, if you've heard of it, if you know about investing, then you've heard of this. Either they have heard of it, if they know about investing, everything about this, but I want you to have context first. Okay, I want to provide the context first, and then I want to add in the details. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go backwards on this, but I promise you we're going to cover everything. In fact, we are going to cover the worst part of this very last. If you're going to remember anything I say from this time, I want you to remember the worst part of it. I say that right in the beginning. Right? So then what I do is I scroll past all of this. and go directly here. Sorry, you guys are in my way, so let me move us out of the way. All right. So what I tell them is this. In fact, let me try and not break character for the time being. Okay. So what I want you to focus on, I want you to ignore the highest. I want you to ignore the most recent 10 years, and I want to focus on the lowest performing 10 years in the market of this product, going back 20 years. Okay. And what that's showing is it's going to grow at 7.86% and the lowest. Now I want to point out something. I've never told them about the bonus. Okay, sorry, I keep breaking character going back in. I've never told them about this bonus. I don't sell the bonus. They don't know about it yet. They've agreed to do this already by our conversations and me meeting their goals, that they're interested at least. Then this is where they find out about the bonus. I've held it back, right? I've shown them kind of the growth rate. This is the lowest. What do I know they're doing, by the way? They're looking at the highest. If you've ever bought something, right? If you buy something and you're paying money and somebody says there's a range, the only thing you're going to remember is the lowest thing they said, right? If you want to earn money, all you're going to be looking at is the highest. I know they're looking at it. I tell them to ignore it, but I know they see it there. And I say, all we're going to do is focus on the lowest performing. Okay. First thing you're going to see is there's $200,000 added to your money. They give you a 20% bonus. I'm going to tell you why they're giving you that. Okay. But this is kind of a snapshot of the lowest and highest. Internally, I know they've said, okay, 8 to 13.5% growth. But I never say that. I want them to lead to their own conclusions. And I know they've looked at 2.5 million and 4.2 million. I never say that. But what I do is I say, I'm about to show you how this works. And by the way, when I'm using numbers in here, they're always arbitrary. They're just arbitrary numbers. I don't tell them, hey, how much do you want to put it? They don't even know what it is. How could they know how much they want to put in it? So if I see they have 2 million, I might throw in 1 million. If I see they have 1 million, I might put in 500,000. And I tell them it's an arbitrary number, right? But what I want you to see is this last year in the lowest performing market, there was 25% growth. And in the highest performing market, there was 52% growth. My point of showing you this is to show you how it grows. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay. And then I scroll up to this one. Now, if you're in a state that allows you to illustrate Loomis, you could put it there. It's going to have higher percentage of the market over here. Right. But there's this 1.2% charge to have the living benefits. In Nevada, because I use those to show what I want to show, that's actually 1.45. If you're in a different state, you need to know what yours is. It may not be the same as this, right? But that's what I'll show them. Now, if you're using one of the other ones, Accelerator or North American Secure Horizon without the plus, this says NA. And I point it out. I say, this is usually where an advisor is going to charge you a percent to manage your funds. Notice it says NA here. The other thing I want you to store in your memory is in an IRA and a 401k, there are 42 different fees inside of there that they don't know about, right? There's commission fees every time they make a trade. There's all these fees. I tell them about that and I say, inside of here, all those are eliminated, right? What you do have is a 1.2% charge. And what you get for it is living benefits, and you get a higher percentage of the market when it performs. And I use a nice round number of 10, right? Inside the global multi-asset, In the first year, if it returns 10, you're going to get 13.5%. If it's in the S&P, you're going to get 125% or 12.5%. And every year that you're in it, it increases. Okay. And I also point out, this is the lowest performing, this is the highest performing in terms of market rate returns, right? When you look down here, this has the 1.2% already taken out of it. Make sure you point that out. This is after the 1.2% has been taken out of it. That's the actual growth. The other thing that I explain in this time, which I've already explained, is the index. We all know how to do that, right? But then I explain, I use this exact example. I say, okay, so I want you to understand this perfectly. You are not taking losses in this. These are actual gains, actualized gains. Now I want you to imagine for a second where your money is. The market goes down 10 this year. Next year it goes up 10. And your financial advisor says, hey, I have great news. We've averaged 5%. Have they made money or lost money? They've lost money.
Lost money.
Lost money.
So they need to understand that, right? These are actualized gains, not an average with losses included inside, right? And if you're charging this, I'm very clear with them. That puts our floor on a bad performing market where everybody's losing money. You'll just lose 1.2% on those off years. But you'll gain them in the years that it performs. We have to set the standard. Now, I know they didn't understand perfectly everything I've just said here, but I use the illustrations to explain them. Right? So it increases every year. And I go to this graph. And this is my truth. I tell them in a second. My mind works with this graph. There's another one that my mind doesn't work as well with. And I'm going to show you that one next. Right? In case that's how you think. Right? But I show them. So this is that 1 year. And I'll remind them. Right? 135 and 125 and 155 if Loomis was there. And then it just increases from there every year. Then on the 5th year, it goes to the highest participation rate. 260, 230, and I think it's 285 for Loomis. I might be wrong on that part. Right? What happens here is the 1 year turns into a 5 that hits at year 6, and so forth and so on. So what happens is you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 on the last year, and then a 4, 3, 2, and 1 that all hit in the last year. So all the growth on this, they are giving you positive incentive to leave your money here by the bigger growth on the back end. But they've given you the 20% bonus to make up for the slow growth on the front end, and in case the market doesn't perform. Now, they're going to right away, we have to answer, how the hell does North American make money doing this? Right? I answer it by explaining it. The way North American makes money is they're kind of like Costco. And let's talk about buying hot dogs at Costco, right? If you or I go there, we pay $1.50 for that meal. What do you think Costco pays per meal when they buy millions of hot dogs every single year? And they'll say 25 cents, 15 cents, whatever they say, it doesn't matter, right? The way they make money is they buy something that you or I can buy at a discount because they have billions and billions of dollars to do it. So if we go out and buy an option, we're paying $1. They go out and buy that option, they're paying 25 cents. They're making 75% on your money day one. And all they do is track it. And when you pull your money out, they pull their investment out. Right? And what my clients will actually say to me is, yep, you got to make money. Of course, you got to make money. That makes sense, right? What's the biggest roadblock that we have with what we show our clients, whether it's IULs or whether it's the index annuities? What's the biggest roadblock?
Too good to be true.
Too good to be true. So we have to answer that question as we're going through it, right? We have to have them understand, no, even though they're giving you money, Nationwide is still, I want to use the F word, but I won't. They're still jacking you up, making money off your money. Because people have come to expect that, right? They come to expect, honestly, people come to expect, I'm making money and this person or this entity is making more money than I am, right? And we've got to explain that's exactly what's happening. We don't shy away from it. We dive right into it, right? Then I say, after that, a lot of these things, what I'll say is, does that make sense? Right? So after I explain this strategy, does that make sense? And I listen. Sometimes they'll say yes. Sometimes they'll say no. Can you go back and explain this? Right? So each section, does that make sense? And I always put it on me too if it doesn't. You know what? If I say something you don't understand, I tell them right in advance. It's my fault. I will say it differently. Right? Because a lot of our clients are uneducated and we don't want to make them feel stupid. Right? Who here likes to feel stupid? Not me. Right? So then after I show them this, I say, okay, my mind doesn't work this way, but there's another one that explains it in a different way. And it's right up here. So 20% of your money is allocated to this 10-year period, then this one, then this one, and this one. And what you do is at year 4, let's say you're year 4, this is all of what you get. Everything, you can't see me, but I would use my finger across here. Everything above this, if you were to pass at year 4, that's all of what you get. And I tell them, one of the reasons I love this company is if you're midway between one of these strategies and you pass away, they don't take you back to the beginning. You don't go back to year 1 on this. You don't go back to year 2 on this, right? You actually get the growth. And I explained to them that a lot of bad insurance companies will take them back to the beginning. Why do I explain that to them?
Not in it. You said they
Say
got
it
all
again?
this stuff zigzag like that?
Say it again. Am I frozen? No? Okay, why do I tell them that?
To compare them to what's out there.
Because eventually I want to tell them this is insurance. Now I'm starting to go into, hey, I can't be a liar. Right here it says, right? I'm circling it. Annuity. Right? I'm going to tell them all this stuff. I want them to understand how it works first. I also want to, when people think of insurance, they're going to think negative things. And now I'm saying why this company is good and different versus another company that, yeah, a lot of insurance is negative. I wouldn't recommend half of those, right? Oh, my mom or my grandmother had a bad experience. Yeah, a lot of them are bad. Not like this one, right? So I show them that. And I say, okay, and what I've built for you is I built if the market crashed for 10 years in a row, which has never happened, right? I tell them that. So let me take you there. So let's say the market crashes 10 years in a row, right? That's the guaranteed annuity contract value. At some point in here now, they've already asked me, oh, is this an annuity? And I say, yeah, it is. Right? I would never end this without telling them it's an annuity. This is the way I do it. I'm not saying you have to do it that way. I'm not even interested if you think I'm being ethical or not, because I'm going to keep doing it the way I do it, because I always explain and my clients always know what they're in. I just wait for them to ask me, because now I've shown them enough that they don't care. Right? So I show them, look, they've given you a 20% bonus. And if the market crashed every year all the way to year 10, you have $63,000 more than what you put in Everybody else has lost all of their money. In fact, we're worried about things beyond money at this point. We're probably begging in the streets for food and water if the market crashes for 10 years in a row. And they laugh or they agree that it's true. I also want to show you, you only get the benefit of that ladder strategy for a 10-year period, right? Now, this one is the most recent 10 years, right? And I know that, and I know they're looking at the numbers, right? But I don't care. Like, I know they're looking at them and they see all this growth. It's all good. But what I'm focusing on is this line right here, right? Once you get past 10 years, it goes to a 2-year strategy. And that's when you're going to see nothing and then something big. Nothing and something big. But look down here. I always point it out. On this year, there was nothing and then there was negative. That's going to happen from time to time. But when you see a negative that's that small and something like this, people have lost a lot more in the market. Now, this is the slide I go through and explain the benefits they get. One thing to know is on year 10, the death benefit, the natural death benefit, is the only year that it matches the accumulated value. And the reason is they're not going to give you a 5-year, a 4-year, a 3-year, a 2-year, and a 1-year all in the same year and then increase your death benefit that year, right? But all other points on this, you can see if you happen to die in year 9, there's 2.2 million and there's 2.4 as a death benefit. Now, I told you in the beginning, North American makes a boatload of money when you keep your money here. So even when you pass, that's why they give this enhanced death benefit over here. If your family elects to take it out over 5 more years, the total death benefit they're going to get instead of this 2.4 becomes 3.684. Right now, this is at the point in time that the client is thinking about, wow, if I put my money, especially if you have an older client, if I put my money over here, it's like a little life insurance policy. It's $1 million more. Think about that. If they're in an IRA and they die, all they have is this, right? But if they die over here, they have this, it's like an insurance policy and it's more money to their heirs, right? I might have clients that are concerned about charities. Hey, guess what charities don't pay as taxes? That's more money to the charity that you wanted, right? Now, so I take them through that and I explain, this is where the benefits are, right? So let's say a year, I just make up years, right? What year is this? You guys are in my way. Year 8, you have $2 million sitting there. I'm always rounding, right? And you lose 2 active daily living benefits. There's an extra $1 million that you're going to be able to use before you're using the money that you've grown. That's powerful, right? And what's triggering it is losing function, not going to a facility. And what you read in here, now realize that everything it says in the words up here, all of it, or all this boring stuff, I'm covering by knowing what the policy says, right? And I'm covering it with the illustration. So I'm going to tell you this. Don't think you can just hear me do it and do it. Do an illustration, read it cover to cover. Read the brochures that are on the website and read about each of the indices and the options of how they performed and what they're, read them so that you know them, right? So now I'm explaining to them, that's what this is for. And this is really important because you're going to get the question, well, what if I start using it and then I die? Who knows the answer to that?
It will be taken
gonna
out of
die
the death
anyway.
benefits.
What's that?
It will be taken out of the death benefit.
It'll be taken out of the death benefit. No,
Won't
It's
it go to the
divided-
beneficiary?
it's divided by 7 years. They get it yearly. It's paid to them or their caretaker. And if they pass away, the rest of that balance is given to their heirs and the beneficiaries.
Okay.
If they use this, they lose the enhanced death benefit. If they use the ADL, they lose the enhanced death benefit. If they use the gap, they lose the ADL, right? So keep that in mind. If they annuitize it and take payments, right, they lose all of that too. And their money when they die, right? So we need to know how it works, but I explain all of it to them. But that's a question they're going to have. Oh, wow, they get the rest of the money and they're picturing it. Or if you don't use this at all, like if we think, if what my prayers are for you, you just pass in your sleep, right? Then your heirs get to elect for this enhanced death benefit. They'll probably reach out to me and I'm going to advise them to take it because it's such a significant amount more money, right? Now, is that the end of this? There's 2 things I have left that I promised them. Number 1, I'm going to tell you the worst of it. And number 2, what was the last thing I owe them? The last thing I owe them is what if the market is crap? Right? What if none of this, what if the market, I tell them, look, what's guaranteed not to happen, I do not want you to look at this and expect this. The least likely thing to happen is any of these scenarios actually taking place in the next 10 years. The next 10 years are going to be based on the market in the next 10 years. That's what matters, not these. And it could be a horrible market. They have a political affiliation, right? The client does. I never talk politics. Generally, I certainly am not going to bring it into a financial services conversation, except to say this. Any advisor that tells you they know what the next 10 years are going to look like is lying to you, because we don't even know who the president is. And I don't care what side they're on, they're imagining the villain that's going to take over and wreck the economy, right? And then it matters if the House, if that political party, if they can control the House or the Senate too. And then I leave it there. And then they think that I'm on their wavelength with politics, even though I haven't disclosed a thing, right? But I am very clear about that. So now I'm going to show you a failure in this market, right? What if all we get is 4% because everybody's losing money? Well, you're going to get 2.75% growth. And to me, a worst case scenario, a realistic one, more than the market losing money for 10 years in a row, is at the end of 10 years, you still have more money than what you started with. We don't want this. But if you're okay with this as being a loss in this product, then I think we have something here. Now, why do I say it that way? If you're okay with this as being a loss in this product. Usually I try not to say product and I say solution. But why do I say that way?
Because it's still a win-win.
Because I know, here's what I know about myself as a human being. I've been licensed for 2 years. And me personally, have not seen one of these come to their natural conclusion. And in my estimation, this would be what if it's only 2.75% they get, or 3%? What if I'm wrong about North American and they're evil people, right? And they plan to screw people. I'm leaving it. So like, look, if this happens and you're okay with it, then we're on to something. And I feel like that's the truth for me, right? The fact I've been given a special number to call them I don't know how the next 10 years are going to go or how they're going to be in the next 10 years, right? So for me, I think that's the truth, and I have to speak my truth. Now I owe the client one last thing. I told you I would tell you I saved the worst for last. If they ask me about fees and penalties, I actually say, hey, do you mind if I tell you very last so I know it's the thing you remember? And I mean that. I want you to understand, I actually mean that. I want them to know what they're getting into. And for this, they have living benefits. There's an enhanced death benefit. They're paying for that. You are paying for that with your 1.2%. And then we go back to the beginning. The very worst part of this is the surrender charges. Right? For Arizona, it looks like this. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, all the way down to year 10. Or sorry, yeah, all the way up to 10. I know Nevada is different. Nevada starts like 9 and it goes down to 1 by the time you get here. So check your state. But they need to understand the penalties. And I tell them the truth. If you're going to put money here, this is not, hey, I want to take money out every year type scenario. That's not what this is built for, right? Number one, you have to leave it here for an entire year or you get a 10% penalty if you pull out. They're not going to give you a 20% bonus and then let you pull out money that first year, right? But once the second year happens, you can take out 7% every single year without penalty. But if you take a dime more than that, and you're in the first 5 years, you're getting an extra 10% penalty. So at the conclusion of this, when we decide the amount, we want to use an amount that you plan to just set it and forget it. And then the last thing we have to cover is if there is a surrender, a bonus recapture. If you put your money in the first year and pull it all out, they're taking 100% of that bonus. And fair is fair, right? They're giving you 20% on your money. So they're doing it for the reason of you leaving your money here. So they're giving you all this positive incentive for the growth to leave it. And they're giving you negative incentive in terms of penalties, surrender charges, and recoupment of your bonus so that you do leave it. And that makes sense to the client because they've just given you $200,000, right, on $1 million, right? And they want it to sit here because that's how they make money, right? So that's how I go through all of it. And then I kind of, you have the enhanced payout, you have the plan gap. I've talked about all of this stuff, the monthly payments they can take out. I've talked about all of it without going through all the wording of it. Okay. So I'm going to stop my share. Now, at the end of all of that, what do you think the next thing I say is?
How do you feel about the solution?
How do you feel about it? And they're going to be honest. No, we don't like it. Right? Okay. I at least wanted to expose you to it so you saw it. Right? And I know this for a fact. The first time they've seen something like this in their life. And by the end of it, they just believe it's too good to be true. Or they believe in the market. Or they don't trust me. Whatever the case might be, they're just not interested. Right? And then if somebody says they are interested, right? Yeah, I'm interested. Okay, well, let's talk about the amount that you'd like to put over here. And the way I'd like you to think of it is this. If we had a 2008 event, what percentage of your money would you like to be here protected instead of the market? And then I tell them this. Usually my clients are at 50% or above, but that might not fit what you want. Okay, so what am I actually asking them in this moment?
To make a decision.
Make a commitment.
Make a commitment. I'm also asking them what their risk tolerance is. I'm not telling them what their risk tolerance is. Right? I'm asking them, and they're making the choice, and they're making the commitment. And then this is just my style. You can do it or not. But if I have a client that's like, this is great, and I feel like they really want to do it, and they say, you know, let us think about it. Okay? What do you think I say to that? Number one, is there anything I can answer for you right now since we're sitting in front of each other? But yeah, we want to go home and think about it. What's my answer? What would your answer be?
What do you want to think about?
What are next steps?
You'd say, of course.
Of course you want to think about it. I
Yeah,
would not
go
put,
ahead and think about it.
I wouldn't put $1 million anywhere without thinking about it. Of course you do. So here are the next steps. So I don't know if I have an amount yet, but presuming they're like, we talk about the amount that they're thinking about, right? But presuming we get that far, if we don't get that far, I've got to let them think about it. And then I say, okay, let's set an appointment on whatever. When do you want me to check back in with you, right? I suggest we set an appointment at least a couple of days out. How's Wednesday look for you? Right? What am I doing there? I'm leading them to the conclusions I want. If I say, okay, let us think about it. Great, just reach back out to me. What's going to happen? They may or may not. Right? But if I set a definitive time, then I get to check back in and get my final answer by that time. Right? You don't have to come in the office. We don't have to jump on a Zoom. I'm just going to call you. Right? What information can I give you so that you can make a completely informed decision? And then they're going to tell me, and I'm going to give them exactly that. Now, here's the other version of that. My last appointment on Friday was exactly like this. Man, we're not sure. It was 140,000 that they had non-qualified money. And they really liked the ADL part of it. And I said, and this is the truth, in order to get into each of the different indices, you have to have at least 25,000 in each one. Right? So I recommend that because it provides the most amount of diversification. Right? I recommend that. And then they were like, yeah, that does sound like a good idea, but we'd like to think about it. And I said exactly this. Yeah, of course. So why don't we do this as next steps? I know you're interested. Why don't we at least write the application, get that out of the way? That's going to take 24 to 48 hours for an approval from North American. Okay. Nothing can happen on this, right? Because you have to actually write me a check from your account in order for this to go through. But let's get that part out of the way. And then we have Monday as a holiday, right? So actually that's going to push us out to maybe the close of business Wednesday. Once we get the approval, we'll call you and then we'll figure out the amount that you feel comfortable with, because we can always drop it down or increase it. I know they're not going more than the max amount that they wanted, right? All right, so that's what I did on Friday. The app is in, they're thinking about it. Now I want to ask a question. How often do you think I have clients that think about it, that put in the app, think about it, and then pull out? Hardly ever. What
Hardly,
I
not
recommend is this. Go ahead.
I was just saying, not often. Rarely little.
Here's why, right? I believe in my heart of hearts that I'm a good person. And this is what I visually think about myself doing. Okay. And it's actually my intent. I picture myself standing on one island and there's all this rough terrain in between. And then the island for all the solutions is on the other side of that. And there's a bridge. And I picture myself gently holding their hands and moving closer to the solutions they actually want, because the way I've gone through the conversation, they've already told me what they want, but it's scary. It's scary. Has anybody ever had to write a $500,000 check? Anybody? I'm hearing nobody speak up.
No.
For business, yeah.
6 figures, but not
Real
$500,000.
estate.
I remember when go ahead.
I wanted to write that, but I don't have it.
Okay, so I remember the first time I had to write $500,000 in a check and give it to somebody.
Nice.
And it looked a lot like this. It looked just like this, right? So remember, we're humans, right? I walked into the realtor's office. I told him the land I wanted to buy. I told him I didn't want to have a loan on it. I told him I want to pay cash. And he said, good, I'm going to sell it to you. I said, great, because I want it. It's going to take 30 days to get through escrow. Perfect. You call me on the day and I'll write you the check. He called me on the day. I was super happy. I walked into his office and he said, great, now write the check. I don't know what it is about being human, but I did not want to write that check. And I remember as I was writing out the check, thinking like, I don't want to write this check. And handing it over to him, I certainly didn't want it to connect with his hands. And I was dreading the day when I looked in the bank account to see that it was missing. But I have the land that I wanted. That's the process of financial services, guys. We have to ask the right questions in ways that make people feel comfortable to bring them to what they actually want. And if we do that the right way, it's not sales, it's not manipulative, and it's not tactics just to get what I want. It's being a kind and compassionate person and saying, let me just walk you halfway through the bridge so you could see it's not so scary on this water. And then they are going to get the whole weekend to talk about it. And then the holiday, and then the extra couple of days. And then when I call them on Wednesday, 80 to 90% chance they're going to say, yeah, let's do it. Right? Now, I'm saying all of that because I feel like the reasons behind what we're doing and why we're doing it are super, super important. Super important. And clients know the difference if you're trying to help them or you're trying to get paid. Right? And if they ever ask me this, what do you get out of this? I tell them I get a finder's fee and it's a percentage commission, and I will tell you exactly what it is, but it doesn't come out of your money. How many clients do you think have actually asked to see what I get? Nothing. No one, because I was completely honest with them. And I will say that at some point through, hey, I do get a finder's fee out of this. Of course, everybody needs to make money. That's what they say. Right? So hopefully it's been informative. I probably have taken more than my time. I think I said 30 minutes. Let me see. Most everybody stayed on, so hopefully it was good. That's actually how I do it. Right? But there's a couple of highlights that I want to point out. Number one, I'm going to put in my Pennington Law Google review. Please leave me a review. I expect to see exactly 125 on there. Okay. That's what I get out of this. That's the exchange for information. Okay. I want to highlight a few different points. I believe I'm doing the right thing. I don't disbelieve the market. Right? I believe I'm doing the right thing for my clients because I'm always doing what they want to do. I'm not manipulating them. I'm not lying to them. And if I ever say something wrong, it's a genuine mistake. Right? And I give them the space they need to be comfortable. Behind the scenes, though, I am supremely confident that I know what I'm doing because I know the work that I put in to understand everything. That you cannot fake. You can ask me specific questions about the things that I show, and I know it very, very, very detailed. Okay, and that's why we use our upline if we're not there yet. Okay, now the other part that I want to talk about it is a year's going to come around where you have to meet with the client again. And that's when the crap hits the fan. I've been doing it long enough for that now, right? So I think it's really important, and this is what I leave the client with. When I do the ones that you can add strategy charges for a higher participation rate in the market, I recommend they don't do it. I tell them exactly why, because in a year from now, if this market is bad, I want to be looking across from you and say, hey, everybody else lost money. You have all of yours. But once we have some house money, then we can talk about adding that strategy charge in and getting some higher participation rates once you see it works. Right? I'm telling them something, and I'm telling them something about me too, that I care about that next meeting. Okay, that's the thing that you can't fake. And in the video that we heard early on, that was the thing you can't fake. They'll know the difference. And if you need money, ignore it. Ignore it. Just run the system and run it the way it's supposed to be run, and the right things will happen. And then, by the way, one thing I've learned, and I haven't figured out 100% yet, is this. If you have a really, well, I have figured it out, actually. I run the same system on a really, really big case. You better meet with the family. Okay? If you have a case that's 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, make sure you meet with that client's family and explain everything to them as well. Okay, because what will happen is they'll be convinced, they'll be all excited, and it'll be just like a convention we go to. Man, that was awesome. And you go home and tell all your friends that weren't there, and they don't get it. Right? All right, so that's more than my time. Sorry, I'm long-winded, but hopefully we got a lot out of it. Any questions, dare I ask? All right, so what I'm going to do is step down, and I'm going to hand this back over to the great Dan Ebert. I want to say a couple of things about Dan. Heart of a champion. That's the first time that I encountered him and talked with him. I was like, this guy has a heart of a champion, and he cares about people, genuinely cares. So, bro, from me to you, thank you for running this. Thank you for being part of Vantage. Like, when I saw that you came over, bro, like, you have no idea how happy I was. We need more of you in this world. So I'm going to turn it back over to Dan. Thank you, guys.
Give it up for Dre. He crushed that. Man, who wants to go sell some annuities, right? And go protect people's money. There's trillions of dollars out there that we can move for people into products like he just said. So I want to make sure that we're out there talking to people, protecting their assets, growing their money, making sure they leave more money to their families, and make sure in case they do have some health issues, they're covered on that as well. So I love that product too, Andre. That's my favorite one right now. You know, anybody that likes numbers knows that that's the game changer right there. And I love me some numbers. So let's get into it. Let's go transition from products to building. Who here came here to build a business? Raise your hand if you came here to build a business. Right? You don't want to just come here to sell, right? So we're going to talk about building. What does building start with? Bringing on new business partners. You're not building anything if you don't recruit and bring new business partners into this business. What if Starbucks didn't hire somebody for a month? What would happen to Starbucks if they didn't hire somebody for a month? Put it in the chat. Probably go out of business, right? They didn't hire anybody because look at all the people that leave. Everybody would be swamped. So what happens to your business if you don't hire anybody in a month? You don't get anywhere. We're going to talk about bringing people in, building your business, and scaling it. But what to say when you're bringing people in? Because do we want everybody? No. Right? You know, the old model is recruit everybody and hopefully we find somebody good. Now, we want to give people a shot, but we don't want to, you know, we don't want to just take everybody. I don't. I turn people down all the time if it's not a fit on my end, because time's the most valuable asset. So let's get into it. Everybody's done a one-on-one, or they've seen how to do a one-on-one. I'm not going to get into that because it's going to take too long on how to do a one-on-one recruiting presentation. So let's say I see Jeanette here. I'll probably play along with you a little bit, Jeanette, if that's cool with you as we go through this. But let's pretend I did a one-on-one with Jeanette, and let's just use Andre as an example. Andre, you don't have to jump in here. Let's just say Andre introduced Jeanette to this opportunity, and I'm the trainer. Okay, so we go through the one-on-one. Andre really wants Jeanette to join his business. Jeanette's very interested in becoming a part of our company. So what I would say when we get to that point is, if she's ready to go, I'm ready to go. If I like her, if I think she might be a fit for what we're doing. So what I'll say then is, Jeanette, listen, you know who we are and you know what we do, correct? Actually, Jeanette, you can unmute yourself. We'll kind of go through this. So
Yes.
you know who we are, you know what we do. Any questions from you?
Not as of now.
Okay, good. So, and I know you're really interested in what we're doing, and I know that Andre really wants to work with you, but there's a qualification process that comes through when we're bringing people on, and we don't just take anybody. This isn't some sign up and join thing, right? We're licensed, we're regulated by the SEC, we're regulated by different insurance departments all across the country. So you do have to have a license, you do have to pass a background check to be a part of our firm. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But before we even get into that, we're looking for the right people and the right fits for what we're doing. Jeanette, I'm going to need you to sell yourself on why we should bring you on. We need people to fill our gaps. We need people that are high integrity, have all these good qualities about them. But if I were to consider bringing you on board, tell me why I should consider you.
I never considered a career of financial and services before, but I worked all my life for everybody else. Mainly business, family-owned businesses, not my family, somebody else's. And I don't have anything. They have not given me anything. And I know that I deserve more than that. Now, with that said, I love helping others, and I've always been that way. At my jobs, I've always been passed on because I've been the trainer for the new people, and the new people get promoted, and I've still stayed the same. And I never really thought of it until someone asked me, do you want to be in that position for the rest of your life? Do you want to still have the same salary or income for the rest of your life? Or will you see yourself retiring from here? That's what Andre said to me. So it made me think about it, shifting from that to, I guess, giving it a chance to financial, the services. But not only that, I want to make sure that my family's taken care of. And me working 2 jobs and my husband working for 35 years is not going to get us there.
Understood.
So I would love an opportunity.
Understood. Well, question. Do you like to help people?
Yes.
Yes. How would helping, tens, hundreds of people make you feel at the end of the day? Some might be people you know, but some might be complete, total strangers. How would that make you feel?
Absolutely great. because it's fulfilling knowing that you can help somebody else achieve whatever they want to achieve, whether it's, gaining some confidence, whether it's helping their family with whatever it is, anything to better themselves.
Right.
It's fulfilling for me.
Well,
It's rewarding enough for me.
so just to let you know, we are in the highest paid industry in the world, the financial services industry. So if you listen to what I tell you, odds are you're going to make a lot of money unless you don't meet me halfway. It's, it's a give and take relationship, and you can get paid very well. But just remember this going into it. It's always mission before commission. Okay? It's always servicing your client first, right? Your team second, and yourself last. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So before we bring you on, like I said, there are some background checks and things like that. But anybody I bring into our organization, I want to check some boxes off with some commitments before I even bring them on. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Can I go through and kind of show you what some of these commitments are that we expect from some of our people before we bring them on?
Absolutely.
And I made a little presentation for you guys, but I'm going to show you kind of what I go through people before I bring them on. Okay. So there's 4 commitments we believe you're going to need to be successful here, Jeanette, or else we're just all wasting our time. Okay.
Okay.
What we want for you, because everybody wants to know kind of what's in it for them, right? It's all about, for you, we want to increase your net worth, right? Do you think you'd probably want to increase your net worth by the time it's all said and done here?
Absolutely.
Right. So if you do these 4 things, you're going to increase your net worth. But these are 4 things that we're going to need from you commitment wise before we bring you on board. Okay. Number 1, you have to learn how to become a great steward of your money. Scale of 1 to 10 right now, Jeanette. How would you say you are as a steward of your own money? And there is no wrong answer here, right? What would you say?
1 being the worst. I would say
1
4.
being the worst, 10 being the best.
4.
4. Okay. So there's some room for improvement. Wouldn't you agree? Right?
Yes.
Well, now let's get that 4 to a 5, and then that 5 to a 6, and all the way. And it's a process, but it's going to start with you letting me help you get your act together when it comes to the finances. Is that fair enough? So I want you to commit to becoming a good steward of your money, and we're going to show you how to do all that stuff, right? Sit down with you and your husband, show you how to map out your own financial future before we go out there and tell you to do it for others. Make sense?
Yes.
Next, number 2, you have to get a license, right? What state are you in?
Georgia.
Okay. So, Jeanette, can you get a C minus on a test, on a multiple choice test?
I think I can handle that.
Okay. Right. If you're in California, it's a D minus, right? So if you can get a C minus on a test, and you think you can spell the word insurance, you can probably get a license here. But I'm going to tell you something. If there is no license, there is no money. I want to make sure that you make money. So we have to get that license. Just to preface it, when you get a license, most people, if they're really slow, it takes them 3 weeks. Their average takes them 2, right from the day they start. If they're fast, they're 1 week, and the record is 1 day. I've seen. So are you the record breaker? You move faster than normal, or you average? What do you think?
I want to say would love to break that record, but 1 day, that means hours. So I would just give myself at least 5 days.
Okay, cool. So, but you're committed to getting your license, correct? Yes. Otherwise, we're just wasting everybody's time here. Number 3, there are weekly trainings, right? There's classroom trainings and there's in the field trainings, things like that. We have a couple different trainings throughout the week. One's on Wednesday night for about an hour. One's on Saturday for a couple hours, right? It's around work schedules, so we make it convenient for you to kind of start this part-time and then work into it full-time later on down the road. Wednesday night, it's East Coast, it's 8 to 9 p.m. West Coast is 5 to 6. Saturdays, it's like 10 a.m. till noon on the East Coast, 7 to 9 on the West Coast. Do both of those times work for you?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that, lastly, number 4, big events. So big events, you ever been part of a company that has a trade show or something like that, Jeanette? Or seen companies that have trade shows every year or a couple times a year, right? If you're an employee at a company and they had their trade show and you said, hey, and I work here, but I don't feel like going to the trade show, what would happen to you in your employment status with that company?
Probably wouldn't be there.
Probably wouldn't be there. Now, nothing here is mandatory, Jeanette, but we have a couple big trade shows throughout the year. The next one we have is July, right? July 11th through the 13th. It's in Phoenix. It's really cool. It's actually at the racetrack. I don't know if you like NASCAR or you have family members that like NASCAR, but it's actually at the racetrack. We rented the racetrack in Phoenix for this event. And we rented the event center there as well. So it's going to be really cool, but I need you to commit to doing that.
Yes. When is it?
When is it? Or what is it? Yeah. It's the 11th through 13th of July. Tickets are only $195 for this event. What's cool about coming on board with us, once you do your background check, which is $100, right? And I'm sure you don't have a problem with doing the background check, correct?
Not at all.
Okay, cool. So once you do that, we actually give you a discount on getting your license. So we have an online course that costs $200 normally. Once you become a part of our company, you do your background check for the $100, you get onboarded. We knock that down from $200, right? All the way down to $30. So we save you $170 on the online course. So net, you make $70. So you can apply that towards the cost of your ticket. So now you're down to only $125 to go over to Phoenix. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Awesome. And I'll give you the link to do that once we get your background done. And it shouldn't be a problem getting your background done. You're not like a felon or anything like that. You don't have anything white collar crimes out there where you stole money from a bank or anything like that, right? No. So you should be cool. So what I'm gonna do, and this is, guys, to break script here, right? While I'm online with her, while I'm on Zoom, I will put, let's say it was Andre, I would put Andre's recruiting link in the chat. I'm gonna go, Jeanette, what I'm gonna need you to do, I'm gonna put this link in the chat. I need you to click on it right now.
Okay.
And then from there, what I will do is I'm training somebody from day one, you guys. I'm going to have her fill out her background check with us. So I'm going to make you a co-host, Jeanette, and I'm going to walk you through this whole process because you are going to build a business, right? I want you to learn by doing. Everything I do, there's a method to my madness, and I want you to learn by what we're doing. So let's get into this. So I'll go through this and I'll kind of show you guys. This is just my code. But Jeanette would bring this up. I'll go, Jeanette, so go to I am Vantage, click that, and just press get started really quick. So go through here, right? As we go through this, just press continue. So what you're going to want to do, Jeanette, is you're going to want to create a password for yourself, your own personal password. It can be whatever you want. Honestly, what I do for most people, if they're trying to think, I just have them put password with a capital P, PASSWORD 1 ! Right? There's Andre's, what we call referral code, and you'll get your own by the time we're done with this. Put your first name in, and I'll go through all this stuff just to mess around. So social security number 555-55-5555, birth date, put mine. Good. Now you guys know how old I am and what my birthday is. email. We'll go there, boom, and then continue. Oop. I might have put the wrong password. Oh, okay. I'll put a different one, a different tax ID. And guys, this is going to happen when you fill it out too. People are going to make a mistake. They're not going to make duplicate passwords, all this other stuff. So just be there, let them do it, right? Okay, boom. Cool. So there's that. So now I'll take you to the next page. If they're married or not, I'll just put NA right here, even though I'm married. Address, boom, boom, boom. Continue. Then you go to the next page, and she's filling this out. Has your application for a bond ever been declined? No. If they don't know what that means, it's not, right? These should be no's, you guys. Jeanette, if you really don't have anything in your background, these should all be no's, okay? No complaints, no business entities, boom, boom, boom. No misdemeanors, right? Bankruptcy, no. These should all be no. So just continue, right? Here's the agent contract. You go down there. Go, Jeanette, you feel free to read through the whole thing if you'd like, or you can just kind of trust Andre going through this because he's already been through this, right? All this is saying is you're agreeing to become a part of our company, and you don't have anything in your background, and you will comply with all of our rules and regulations. Make sense? So you go through,
Yes.
click all these, just click through those. Obviously, you can go through this at the end. We can get you a copy if you need. We can read everything. That's fine. But for time's sake, I do have another appointment, in a little bit here. So I just want to make sure that I'm able to get to that one and you can go through this. Okay. Clicking all the buttons. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Signature, just type your name in here. I just put John Doe because that's who I used. I agree. Boom. When you get to this one, walk them through. Most people, unless they're a corporation, which most people we bring on are not a corporation, but you want to click individual sole proprietor anyways, right? Address, it's already in there. Social security number, already in there. All they got to do, John Doe, again, continue. There you go. Scroll all the way to the bottom, make sure your information's okay. And then you just go here, you check out. Now, Jeanette, do you want to use a Discover, MasterCard, Visa, or Amex? Do me a favor, just put your credit card information in there, how it appears, your address, all that different stuff. And once that's in there, just submit it. And once she does that, what did I do? I recruited her. I trained her how to fill out everything. I just got Andre a code. And after that, what I'm going to do is, Jeanette, wouldn't you say like the first week in anything is the most crucial time when you're starting something new?
Yes.
So we just got your background check and everything went through. Paid your $100. Now you're on our platform. Now what we have to do is in the next 24 hours, I want to meet with you. Doesn't have to be for very long. It could be 15 minutes, half hour. I just want to touch base to kind of show you what the next steps are for going there, right? So for an example, Jeanette, I know this is at first for you, it's part-time, but let's pretend instead of spending $100 to start your business here, let's say it was a franchise like a McDonald's or a Subway, and you just handed me a check for $250,000, right? If you handed me a check right now for 250 grand, what would be the first question you asked me after I handed you the check, or after you handed me the check? It'd be what? What's next, right?
Funny. Yeah.
It'd be like, yeah, what's next? What do I do next? Well, what I'm telling you is what's next is we got to meet in the next 24 hours. It's the morning. We could meet tonight or we could meet tomorrow. But what if you handed me a check for $250,000, Jeanette, and I said, you know what? I can't meet tomorrow. Matter of fact, I can't meet next week. I'm going on a vacation, and the week after that, kids have a soccer tournament, and then maybe we can check back in a few weeks, and I can show you what the next steps were. If you hand me a check for $250, what would you say if I gave you that response?
I will cancel that check.
Give me my money back, right? So that's what I'm telling you. That's how important this is. Pretend you did give me that check for that much money. We have to meet in the next 24 to 40 hours. So would you rather meet this evening or tomorrow?
I can meet this evening.
Okay. Now I've got a 6 o'clock spot open or a 7 o'clock spot open. Which one works better for you?
7.
7. Cool. So obviously you're busy and I'm busy. Shouldn't be that long, but I'm expecting you to be there. Andre, I'll try to get Andre to go. He should be there as well, just to kind of take you through the next steps. Does that sound fair enough?
Yes.
Awesome. See you then. So folks,
Okay, great.
that's it. That's how you recruit somebody. I got 3 directs this week. That's how I got 3 directs this week, right? Our plan is to go 100 wide. We just started in April, right? I just made the jump, started in April. So by the time April 1st hits next year, we're going to have 100 directs. That's the name of the game. But it's not just getting directs. It's about, can you recruit for your team? Because I recruited Jeanette for Andre, right? And then Andre's sitting here watching how I'm doing this, monkey see, monkey do. And then Andre's going to practice with me later on. Go, Dan, I seen you do this 5 times. I got this. That's where duplication comes in. And that's how you build a business, Wayne Ward. So I'll open up for a few questions. I want to be the cool teacher that doesn't keep you past the bell. But if anybody has any questions, speak now or forever hold your peace. If tell me things that you picked up on. You can comment things you picked up on. Maybe you didn't hear it before, but I want some feedback and possibly some questions. Feel free to raise your hand or chime in if you need. All right, my brother. How you doing?
Hey, Dan. How you doing today?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. That was amazing. I love the way that you did the presentation. Nice, simple, right to the point. I love the little kind of interview that you did at the beginning. There is a comment that I did want to kind of point out.
Sure.
A lot of people have that thing when it comes to the payment. It'll say PayPal. And I always just tell people, hey, even though if you don't have a PayPal account, you can still continue with it. But that's one of the biggest things that I've had with people. I just wanted to kind of chime in. But bro, thank you. It was a great presentation and learned a lot today.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Anybody else?
I like how you set the expectation right up front. The 4 steps initially. You got to get licensed. Find out where they're at financially, and tell them, hey, we'll work with you to get you to go. But just set that bar up front. Let them know coming in, hey, this is what we expect of you. That way, it's not after they get licensed, trying to pull an anchor, drag them along to get them to go.
Right. Nobody likes pulling a parked car, you guys. Doesn't work. Right. I'll be honest. I pulled a lot of parked cars in my previous company, and it drains you. If you set those expectations up front, you don't have to do as much. And this is a filter too. If somebody doesn't have $100 to do a background check, should you bring them into this business? No, they're not ready yet. Go, hey, listen, I understand you don't have $100. This probably isn't a fit for you. You have to learn to take it away from people. Some people are so desperate, so hard up to get a new teammate and a new business partner. Don't do it. Let them get more financially stable. If somebody's broke, they probably hang out with a bunch of people that are in the same situation. Not that we don't want to help them, but those are the toughest people to convince that what we have for them is necessary, right? Go help the people that want to be helped, right? Sell to the people that want to buy, recruit the people that want to join your business. That's it. It's pretty simple. You don't want to have to convince anybody to do something that's good for them. If they can't figure that out, well, that's probably the reason they're in the situation they're in the first place. right? So I remember Jeff always said, some people who would come and they're like, well, the $100 and blah, blah, blah. He's like, I read something on the internet about this. And then he's like, look, you don't even have $100 to join the business. What am I going to take? You're nothing. I can't take anything from you because you don't have anything. Right? It's not one of those things. So you gotta play offense with this stuff. Oh, I did some research. Well, yeah, I did some research on you. I didn't find anything. Right? So when you're doing big things in life, people talk crap about you. People have a bad review. You ever been to a restaurant you really like, but you go on Yelp, there's 1,000 people that don't like your favorite restaurant, right? Everybody's got an opinion. That's the name of the game. So any other questions, comments, insights for the group before I release you all into the wild?
Hey, Dan, this is Michelle. I have a quick question
Hi, Michelle.
because when I first came into the business several years ago, I had a budget and I had to budget this in. What do you say to people that say, hey, I can't pay you right now, but if you could wait 2 to 3 days?
Well, yeah. Okay, then let's revisit in 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
Right. And then I would say 50% of the people show up in those 2 to 3 days, maybe less, maybe 25%. Right. But if they truly do, yeah, I'll give them a shot. Right. If they stick to their word, that's kind of the first test for them anyways. If they can keep their word on that, I'll take it. I'll go from there.
Okay.
So you want to give people a shot, but the hungry ones. I remember I had a guy that didn't have $100. He was a baseball player, right? He almost made the pros, but he got cut in the minor leagues. And I go, dude, champions figure out a way to come up with the money. He went and sold one of his bats that day, got $100 and did the background check. Right? People, and you have to keep high standards. And I want you guys to remember this. High standards either makes or breaks an organization. When you lower the standards, you lose the winners. When you raise the bar, you lose the losers. Write that down. When you lower the standards, you lose the winners. When you raise the standards, you lose the losers. That's straight up. That's from 11 years of experience in this industry. When you have a bunch of people around not making money, not helping people, not listening, the people that are studs that come into your business are going to go, man, I wanted to be flying with eagles. I didn't want to be hanging around in the coop with the chickens. So that's the name of the game. Make sure you keep high standards for all of your businesses, right? You guys, a lot of you guys aren't on my team, but I treat this whole company like it's my team, right? Because we're building this thing from scratch and I'm fired up and I'm ready to go. On a side note, if you don't have your ticket going to if you're on this call and you don't have your ticket going to the event, you should probably quit right now. Just quit. You're not going to make it here. If you want me to tell you the truth, because events are it's the lifeblood of our business. It really is. And if you're not there, how are you ever going to build a team and a passive income if you don't go? Yeah. What if the Chicago Bulls, who's my favorite team, and Mike's the GOAT, I don't care what anybody says. What if Phil Jackson didn't show up to the game one day in the 7th game of the playoffs? What would happen? You know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen to your team? Right? Yeah. Thank you, Armando. All right. And it's true. People do have situations. I get it. Good. Bradley, see, there's the difference of 2 cities. People have situations, and then I'm getting my wife one right now. You can make excuses or you can make money, but you can't make both. And I'll tell you this about situations. If you want, you might like me, you might not. That's okay. I'll guarantee you the one that said we have situations. If there was a check for $1 million waiting for you in Arizona on July 11th, if you just showed you and your situation, it's an S word, situation showed up, I hand you a check for $1 million, you'd figure out your situation real fast, wouldn't you? It's the value you attach to this. 100%. It's the value. People don't see any value. They look at it as a cost, but it's the opportunity cost on the back end. So anybody, no, it doesn't matter what was going on in their life. Doesn't matter if they had cancer or something. And somebody said, I'll give you $1 million if you make it to Phoenix on the 11th. Would you show up no matter what? Probably. All right. So guys, the reality is we're here to win our lives back. Right? Take him anyways, Lorianne. Take your 22-year-old. He doesn't have to have a code. Just bring him. He'll get a lot out of it. We're here to win our lives back, aren't we? We didn't come here to play small and go through the motions and show up to meetings and clap for people. We came here to win. I did. I know a lot of you guys on this did. So I'm ready to go. It's go time. You guys are ready to go. You wouldn't be here on a Saturday for 5 hours if you weren't. But don't just bring yourself. Set an outlandish goal. Set whatever your goal is for people at the event, double it right now. Do something that scares you a little bit, is out of your comfort zone, but if you hit it, you'd feel really good, right? Good, Tanya, good. There you go. So anyways, you guys have a great event. You guys have a great Saturday. I appreciate you guys, right? Here's the homework for everybody. Fanatical Prospecting, right? Exactly What to Say by Phil Blunt, right? These are two books that you should read, Jeb Blunt and Phil Blunt, right? Get your velocity ticket if you have not got it. Bring somebody with you. Close on a recruit, IUL, and an annuity. If you do this, okay, if you get have your ticket, bring a new person with the ticket, close a recruit who buys a ticket, sell one IUL and one annuity in between now and the next class, what happens to this whole company? You're blowing it up. Everybody is, right? So get after it. Get with it. If I hit you, I didn't mean to miss you. I love you all. I bless you. And we'll see you all in Arizona. If you liked me, my name is Dan Ebert. If you didn't like me, my name's Jason Beauvais. Have a great day, you guys.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.